My bad, Key. I wasn't on the stage, girl. I've been talking to y'all for the last 2 minutes. Can y'all hear me? Yes, y'all. Please go over. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with TikTok. Thank you. Y'all, I'm about to turn the camera on. I gotta make sure I gotta get to another spot. Okay, guys. Bye, y'all. See y'all later, TikTok. Yeah, if you're joining TikTok, we're moving to my YouTube because this TikTok is too choppy. So bye, y'all. Libra girl said you're Scooter D. Okay, I'll see you over there. Come on. Let me get a drink. Okay, y'all, give me just a second because I'm in the back, y'all, so I gotta figure some stuff out. Just a second. Okay, can y'all see me and hear me on YouTube now? Thank y'all for liking the live. Sorry, guys. I was not aware that the TikTok was choppy like that. So I'm okay, great. I'm happy y'all can see and hear me. Hey, everybody. Hey. Thank y'all for coming over. I'm so sorry. No, period. Look, hold on. Period, friend. Thank y'all for coming over. Listen, my little girl was supposed to be on this live with me, baby, but she sleep. I said, Mariah, I'm gonna make sure you come on the lunchtime live and tell everyone, hey, y'all, she sleep. I guess college kids be tired. I guess that's what's going on. So, thank you, Adriana. Y'all, okay. First things first, guys, we're going to talk about, they're coming back. They said 12:15, 12:30. So we got like 15 minutes really quick. How did y'all feel about Paige not being aware? Oh, thank you, Scooter D. How did y'all feel about Paige not being aware of this hearing? Now, they did find it. They were able to find it in court. They're going to make a ruling on it, but it doesn't change how I feel about Bruce Harvey saying that this is a problem. Her stepping into this case and not being, she didn't read everything that happened prior to her becoming the judge. It's a problem. Barchi, please stop. It's a problem. It's a problem. Exactly. What else is she missing? Mariah gonna have to catch the evening live, y'all, because my baby, she was up earlier. She was up earlier, y'all. I was asking Mariah, I said, so I was making some videos. And of course, she's right here with me. I was like, girl, do you tell people that your mama be out here having fun doing this? She said, I tell them my mama caught up in some mess. Girl, cut your hair. Miss Father, cut your hair, friend. This is the best hairstyle I ever had. It's only, y'all, I dye my hair blonde probably I only dye it if I'm going somewhere for real. If I'm not going somewhere for real, then it's just you're gonna see some of the black roots. But anyway, It's the best hairstyle I ever had. It's just simple. But I'm happy y'all told me that something is going on with TikTok. I thought it was me. My videos are uploading an hour after I'm posting them. That's probably why she has so much patience. Key, Mariah said, I tell them my mama caught up in some mess. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She said I just came from death row myself. It is. I've had my hair like this for like 5 or 6 years. Yeah, it's been blonde since like 2018. Damn, that's a long time. I'm gonna say I truly started getting it to where I wanted it 2019. Cause yeah, it took a minute. Dyed your hair any other color. Girl, accidentally dyed my hair pink. I bought this platinum color. I thought it was just gonna make my hair platinum blonde. Girl, my hair was blue. And I was so pissed because I was going to a party the next day. Let me see if I can find it. Girl, it had my hair blue. And what happened was after the blue, I bleached the blue and it came out pink. It came out pink, y'all. But let me tell you something. After that pink, when I tell you my blonde was that platinum was the prettiest it had ever been. But I went to my aunt's birthday party. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture. I went to my aunt's birthday party with pink hair. But it was pretty. The pink was pretty on me. I will say that. I liked the pink, but yes, that was an epic fail. About what I do red did that to my hair. Yes, I have done all types of stuff with this hair because I think I told y'all I think I can do everything. So I refuse to go to the beauty shop for a lot of stuff. So yeah, I dyed my hair. Pink, but it was pretty, y'all. I'm trying to find it because I just looked at this picture yesterday. And I said, "Oh," I was like, "Oh, this was so pretty." It was an accident, but it was a really pretty, it was a pretty pink. It was like a soft pink. Didn't try to do that, but shit, I owned that pink that night, y'all. Yes, I used those two Van Hook. That's what I use for toner. I use those as well. But yeah, I mean, oh, here it is. Let me see. My hair was really pink. It is so terrible. Oh my God. It is, I don't know if y'all can see this. Can y'all see that? My hair was pink. But I really liked it though. I wouldn't purposely dye my hair pink, but it was definitely pink. I'm trying this one right here. You can kind of see it here too. It was definitely pink. It was pink, but it looked good though. I liked it. I liked the pink, but I won't do that on purpose. I won't do that on purpose. Key. Thank you, Key. Key gonna get us back on track. Let me tell you something, Key. How did y'all feel seeing the video for Magic City? The first video, I was like, they didn't even jump him. Why they showing this video? Oh, but the second video. Baby, thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. It was somebody else. Yes, Mikey. Hey, Mikey. Y'all, I the second video, I said, okay, this is why Duke said he needed his get back. They emptied that whole club out. Baby, they emptied that club out. Baby, they turned Duke every which way but loose in that club. But y'all know what I said. And I'm gonna speak for myself because 2015, I definitely would have been one of those girls with some dude in the strip club because I didn't like him at first, and then I started to. I would have been that girl with some dude in the strip club, right? Not knowing that, feet away from me, a brawl would have broke out. Like that's what was. I was watching it like, dang. Some of these people just came to have fun, and they done messed everybody's night up. They done messed everybody's night up. I said, Lord, y'all, they just. I would have been that girl. Like 20. I'm just thinking about 2015. That's almost 10 years ago. I would have been in my mid-20s. You know, you meet a little dude, you know what I'm saying? Y'all finna go kick it, eat at the big. I stopped. I got over my feelings about strip clubs in my mid-20s. I started to see it more as a club and not like a strip club. So after the club, I'm gonna go to the strip club, hang out. Like, why you had to come ruin our moment? And I know y'all gonna say it, especially Key. Y'all can't just go catch Duke out somewhere. You gotta come to the club and ruin our moment. I'm annoyed. I was annoyed, y'all. I had a born day party in Magic. I know that's right. It is. It's listen, when I first moved to Atlanta, I can't even tell y'all how many dates. Yes, I said dates. I went on and we went to strip club. Had a good time too. Listen, see, Key, I knew you were coming. Cause she'll kill. Should have been. Oh, Miss Sheila, talk about it. Talk about it, y'all. Let me tell y'all. I'm gonna say this one more time. That although I'm from South Memphis, okay, I do not have the typical girl from South Memphis hood experience. I just do not. One, my mother was a teacher, my mom was a minister. So, like on my block, my mom owned our home. My friends, like it was a different upbringing. My mom was college educated. We knew a lot about college. She didn't play about grades, come in when the street lights come on. So, like, and I also don't think my part of South Memphis, it can be compared to what I'm hearing in this case. So a lot of this stuff I'm seeing, yes, I am probably seeing it from a standpoint of, oh my God, like I can't believe this is happening because I'm not used to seeing this stuff. Also not used to being around it, although I am from South Memphis. I always make that disclaimer because this is not normal to me. The fact that they talking about these people just terrorize these damn Trestle Tree apartments. Are they still standing? Like, are they still standing? I don't even know. I don't even know if these apartments are still standing, but like, it's girl. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm watching this stuff. Like, what? So they still standing. They changed the name of them. How do I feel about the boxer telling detectives about the neighbor's cameras? I don't feel any way about it other than her house was lit up and she may have been scared. Like, again, because I am not some person who lives by some street code and all of this stuff, hell, I would have been calling the police as well. I just, if something happens to my home, that's what I would do. And I think, again, that wasn't that man's house. Key, don't come in these comments because I know what you're about to say, Key. I already know, you're not gonna tell Shannon whoever else was outside lacking, knowing they had beef with some missing Keith, but I already know Keith finna say they gonna get whoever. I just think it's highly ignorant and crazy to go. Why would you go to Trevious house? Baby, find that boy. Find that boy. It's same thing with Lucci's mom. That's his mama's house. That's not Lucci's house. Her grandbaby walking up and through their house. Like, it's just damn, it's no code amongst these kids. And no one's ever going to make me feel okay with the fact that they go to people's houses. Kenny Boo's mama's house. You're not gonna make me feel okay with it. I'm just not gonna feel okay with it. I'm just going to say there is no code. And I'm not sure. I used to hear there was. Now messing with the ops, I don't think they care if it was her. They may not have cared, Key, but I feel like they should have. But I don't know how. I don't like to speak like too deep on it because I don't know how all of that works. I don't, I can only speak from my perspective and how I feel it should go, right? But I see y'all in the comments, y'all always gonna say they don't get the thing closest to you. And I just don't think that that's appropriate, but who am I? Okay. Who am I? I'm just a person with an opinion about the lyrics. Does the states know who actually wrote the lyrics or when they were written? Don, that's a really good question, but I will tell you for most songs, all they have to do is look at the credits. But when you're looking at the credits to an artist's defense, it doesn't tell who wrote what. And it doesn't always tell who wrote what, right? But when you do like percentage splits, even that won't tell you specifically what the person wrote. It'll only tell you, like, maybe the person wrote the hook and then the artist say, I'm gonna give them 10 or 15% of the song, of the royalty. So yeah, that's something. They don't care who they get me as long as they connected to you. I understand that, Miss Hudson. Look, I was because Key gonna remind me of that every time. No way, all them Stroot dudes. But Key, let me say this. From what I'm gathering, sometimes there are homes where people just welcome people in the neighborhood, or they're okay with their kids having people at their home. And it sounds like his mama was okay with having people at her house. It seems like she was okay with it. Tynette, I don't know. Only thing I don't know about that, Tynette. I gotta see. Sean Woody and Sheila Kill was the problem. Miss Sheila, I agree. And it's like they take 2 steps forward and take 1 step back, right? 1 step forward, 2 steps back, because they'll try to distance this away from Woody, and then the very next witness they bring him up again. So I would really have to wonder. Oh, that's good, Thanetta. I would really have to. I forgot about ghostwriters. I'd really have to wonder what the jury is thinking. I'd really have to wonder what the jury is thinking. Well, yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I feel like, and I'm again personal experience. I feel like 2015. I'm gonna say like 2012-ish is when I feel like we started to see an uptick in younger kids, like a plethora of them being in this gang and street life and wanting these 7.62s and AKs and machines. Like, we start to see an uptick of that, right? At least for me, because I'm telling you, I didn't know Memphis was as bad as it was until First 48. I'm not lying to you. I didn't. What do y'all think about Woody's latest interview? Brittany, I'm actually going to watch that on my YouTube with everyone. I purposely did not watch it because I'd like to do a live reaction to that video with my YouTube family. So that actually may be something that I do for like members on my YouTube, because I'm really trying to, I told you I'm trying to work my way to Black Oprah. So I'm really trying to find exclusive things that I can do for people, more intimate settings, and not just always YSL focused. I love this YSL trial because y'all know we always going to find something within the trial that we could correlate with real life. But I am really trying to grow this millionaire male brand outside of YSL, because y'all know I just love talking. I love asking questions, and I love connecting with people. So I'm just trying to find different ways to do that. But music have a lot to do with how things are right now. You don't have to hate to say it, Brittany, because it's the truth. Never hate saying the truth. Never hate it. It's the guy interviewing Woody. He grew up rough. That's interesting, Tanisha. After hearing how If was coming after them, baby, they needed them weapons. Key, listen, I spoke a little about this with Shannon, and I said this in my videos before. And if this was your life at some point, don't be offended by this. Don't take offense to this, but waking up every day with no plan, Barchi, please move. No, Barchi. Waking up every day with no plan, just going wherever the hell the day takes you, that's nowhere to live your life. That's no way to live your life. Jabria, I'm trying to see. Hey, Ariel, that's no way to live your life. Coming from an old lady, 48 music has always too, though. It just gets around a lot faster. Y'all, we have to study these kids have no regard for life these days. Like, they don't care. There's this fascination even from girls. Like, I have never seen so many girls want to take pictures with weapons and think that that's cool. I'm just like, where did this come from? Hey, Isis girl. Jabria, let me see, girl. I would really love to do it today after court is over. I think now that I have another area in my mom's house that I can use to do my YouTube lives, I feel more comfortable. So I think I might be able to do it, y'all. It is really wild, y'all. There is a social media plays a big part into this. You know, we have to, and I mean, you have to be, as a parent, you've also got to take responsibility. Like, I try to talk to my children a lot. My babies are not perfect, but I never want them to seek outside validation. Y'all, when you have kids, you are their first source of everything. And I remember when I was young, my mom was not the type of mom who would say, "You're so pretty, you're smart." That was not my mom, okay? So I think at some point I was, I tell this story all the time. I hated being dark skinned. Not hated. I don't want to say I probably hated it because, like, my oldest sister, I thought she was so pretty. She was peanut butter. My mom was bright skinned. A lot of my family was bright skinned. So I just kind of wanted to look like them, right? But let me tell y'all something. In eighth grade, you start feeling yourself. You start coming into your own. I never looked in the mirror and said, "Oh, you're ugly." It wasn't that, but I wanted to look like my mama. And when I got into ninth grade, my mom met my godmother, y'all. She's 6 feet, dark skin, big booty. I mean, ooze confidence. Baby, she poured into me. She was the first person who always, "Oh, you're so pretty." She taught me how to use mascara. She taught me how to do all of these things, right? She put confidence into me. And I remember that. And to this day, baby, I tell her she created a monster. Okay. And so now when it comes to my daughter, my son, I try to make sure I'm their first line of I'm the person who's going to put confidence into them. So you really have to you gotta be like that with your kids. Okay, y'all, they said they're back in court. Let me get back on right quick on my phone, because I think we're going to be discussing the hearing. Jabria, why do we look? I meant to say this too, Jabria. All that wishing I was light skinned, girl. I got the best skin out of all of them. Maryland, the state ignoring that they were victims and parents again young. Ooh. Now I tell Mariah, one of my best little friends, baby, but she know not to play with me. Mariah knows not to play with me. And I was a young mama. Okay, y'all. Let me see. But did anyone else think the guy in the first strip club video looked more like YSL Polo? I could barely see that video, Catherine. Honestly. I could barely hear it. Y'all, I was trying to. I'll stay on for a little bit. I can't stay on. It's so unpredictable, y'all. Hold on. And I appreciate y'all for working with me, because I've been home. Being home this time is a little different because I'm actually helping family out. So that's why I was like, I had to get off early, the other day when we were home. So let's see. Oh, let me go back. They are back on. We'll be a minute behind, I think. So I'll stay on probably to the next break, y'all. All right. Let me play. Because they are back. Okay. Yes. Marilyn, they need Dennis. Dad.
Go ahead. whichever one of y'all is going to handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes.
How did it come up in your investigation?
A lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training
Come
and
on.
experience with regard to that is.
Sure. Tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't
Y'all, what literature is he talking about now?
investigating the music. We were investigating the crime, and the music came up, or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that. And that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot. Like a percentage?
Yeah.
I couldn't even. 75% to 100%. I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever?
This man wants us to believe that when he's investigating these cases, 75 to 100% of them involved rap lyrics. Ariel, why he on here lying, girl?
Ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
Get this damn man off the stand. Now he's done a presentation. So because he can do a PowerPoint slide, he's qualified to say he teaches students? Man, Paige playing in our face right now.
Martin. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment. And
I shouldn't have watched this with y'all. What? This man just said that in our community, the African American community, all I'm gonna say about this is this also, it's like he's saying are we the only ones that are said to be in gangs? Because I see a lot of people that are not African American that are rappers. I see that all the time. I also see people who don't look like me using the N-word in gang. Like we see so much, but the fact that he wants to sit on this stand and this who they qualified as an expert. He's an expert that he is going to it's only African Americans, Dennis.
And how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that.
Oh, shit. So the state uses Instagram captions and Dennis uses movies. Is this what we're saying?
Through entertainment. Same thing with music.
if you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had you yourself training specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
Course indulgent.
Now, Pooh Rudd, you must be new to the live. You cannot warn us about stuff on the live because we're always going to be a little behind.
All right. Does anybody have questions? All right.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right? I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature? Is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
Yeah.
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops, and educating them in the gang unit. A lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines? Or?
I'm talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like that.
Training materials.
None of it. None. Magazines. We might use any hip hop magazine or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read.
Y'all, I just got to stop. What magazine is going to speak to gang culture? What rap magazine? Are you telling me Hip Hop Weekly had a section about the Bloods? What? Please tell me what magazine. Y'all can say it in the comments. And you better not say Ebony. Ebony is a magazine. It's a reliable source for gangs. Yo, I can't make this one up. Y'all, listen, Key. He had to be talking about Jet Magazine. The beauty of the week in her blue swimsuit helped. Man, get Dennis off this stand. This man is killing me.
Read different gang books from other officers. I read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was.
Somebody remember it. We got to go look up A Lonely Day in Compton. Hold on. We got to go look up A Lonely Day in Compton. Y'all, somebody might want to go ahead and start looking it up because we need to see what it's about.
It's written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of gang, they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right. And what specific information? Here's what I'm trying to get to
Go ahead.
I'm really not trying to trick you or anything.
Okay.
But I want to know specifically, is there a book? Is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics?
Yes.
As it relates to gangs?
Yes.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies.
Mm-hmm.
So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I've seen it. Yes.
Right. Looking at the movie Boys in the Hood.
Yes.
And you're saying that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment.
Bro, I gotta stop the live. Because how many times do I tell y'all that I don't know anything about gang life, right? How many times have I said that, y'all? I'm telling y'all that, and guess what? I have seen Menace to Society. I have seen Boys in the Hood, and I am no more aware of what happens in gangs than I was. What? Get this man off the stand.
My own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies is where I formulated my opinion.
Oh my God.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right? Have there been any,
baby,
for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else?
Oh my God.
Any redirect? Conversation. All right. So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself.
Oh,
and from
God.
listening to music and watching movies.
I got to end the live because I ain't gonna survive. Y'all don't want to watch. Somebody had typed the N-word in the live, y'all, and I almost said it just then. I'm gonna have to get off this live in a minute because this man is ticking me off bad. I'm a fan of rap music myself. Y'all almost said that word. Y'all I almost got too I'm kidding. Y'all, this is why I hate being live, y'all. This is why I hate being live sometimes, because when I'm live and I'm trying to read these comments, like I almost just said the N-word. This man is sending me. What? I'm a fan of rap music myself. This can't be how you're an expert. Damn.
Videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric.
Yeah, this is my only problem with Detective Dennis, guys. This is my only problem. As an artist myself, I have said things, nothing like this, that you. Oh God. My problem with him saying this right here, I'm able to articulate what they actually mean, is you don't know what they actually mean. It is art. And until you can show me that these people were actually doing everything in the song, or they were just, it was some type of message, you are not qualified to sit here and tell me that's what they meant when they said those words. Like, you know what, Key is right, y'all. He probably wrote those factual acknowledgments. I'm gonna go with Detective Dennis. Like, this is why this is problematic, and this is why they were arguing these clients' First Amendment right. They can say whatever they want to say. That's freedom of speech. They can say whatever. But him sitting here trying to pick apart every lyric they've ever written and trying to associate it with gang life or some type of crimes, y'all. I'm gonna say again, they stupid for putting stuff in songs, but this ain't right. This is not right.
Freaking assault.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify.
And y'all, you know why Paige is going to certify him? Because she's a white woman that has never understood anything about the culture of these young men. That's why Paige is certify him, because I call BS in everything he said. This man can't sit here and qualify him. We're going to qualify him as an expert to tell us what these boys meant in songs. I knew she was going to do it early this morning because she doesn't even understand Instagram captions. Why did we think she was going to sit here and not believe what she already said? She took his word before they found it online. Man, this
as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine.
And there she go with that BS.
You know,
and
believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too. And maybe there are members of the jury who have the same experience, life experiences as him, but that's not what the purpose of
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's right, his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different.
Shut up!
All right, let's get the jury in here.
Yeah, I know they're mad at me in this house right now. I shouldn't have watched this with y'all. But what's bothering me is the fact she just said it just happens to be words to a beat that you're using against people in trial. Not you trying to minimize it, but you're allowing it to be used against these young men in trial. It just happens to be words to a beat. You're using the words to the beat. You're using the words to the beat. So don't try to minimize it. And you are qualifying this man. The man has not said anything, in my opinion, that would make him an expert any more than me. Hell, I grew up in Memphis. I've been listening to rap music. I'm 37. I've been listening to rap music for at least 30 years. At least 30 years I've been listening to rap music, okay? And if we're going to sit down and start interpreting, hell, I could listen to some rap songs and probably figure out, oh, maybe he meant this. Maybe he meant that. I don't know anything about gangs. I've watched Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood, Colors. I don't know anything about gangs. This is insane. But I wouldn't expect nothing less than for Paige. Ooh, Indy, and the shot said they don't want Gaither back. I told them y'all gonna have to take them. Don't disown Detective Gaither. Detective Dennis just expert. I'm gonna need some tequila after him. Leon, I'm ready for crowd. Do you hear me, Ariel? I wouldn't expect nothing else from Paige. I'm sorry. This is what happens when we elect. I ain't gonna say that because look at Glanville. Glanville wasn't no better than Paige. We just need some well-rounded people as judges because man. Didn't it sound like Atkins trying to prove himself when he was trying to explain the those Instagram captions to us. That's who didn't sound like, just like Atkins. I'm so annoyed. No kind day. That judge from Memphis wasn't playing with them in their trial, wasn't it? Man, I want to tell you what's going on. What you say, Key? Who you to my TikTok? I'm finna pull it up. Look at all the lawyers, y'all. Oh! Whoever this is. Oh, I got Key. Never mind. I got what you said. Key, I got what you said. And shout out to the chat. Tell them don't mess it up for me. I got what y'all saying now. Don't be messing it up for the chat. Now I'm sitting here expecting something to happen. But I'm going to tell you this. If y'all crazy, if y'all think we're going to go through 80 witnesses and the state not going to mess up. Stop spamming these comments. Don't tell me, y'all. Don't tell me. Do not tell me. Because, don't tell me. Faith, you got to just wait it out with me. Don't you skip ahead, Faith. You got to stay in here because we are sisters. We are friends. We are a community. We are one band, one sound. Don't do it, Faith. Do not skip ahead. Don't skip ahead, Faith.
Investigator Dennis. Before we go back to where we left off at, just a few questions.
Chastity, don't tell me nothing.
You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.
I can't look at the comments because y'all doing too much.
Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State's Exhibit 1TT?
Yes.
And did you pull that from social media?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
Yes.
You know, this time State like the Tender State's Exhibit 1TT into 1TT into evidence.
Brianna, we always behind, friend.
All right, that's admitted.
And then also looking at State's Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
Key, you better tell them.
and is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time the state like the tender State's Exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now or I can approach before it's published.
I guess go ahead and approach now.
Brianna, you gotta give me time, friend. You know we always behind over here when we watch trial. If you want to be on time, you can't watch it over here because we do a little chit chat. I'ma skip just ahead.
And what is the State's Exhibit 545Y?
It's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay. And was that also pulled in appear to have been posted in 2015.
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender Stacey about
Oh, I wish I could hide all these
Y
comments.
Just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
Y'all gonna make me not watch.
First showing Stacey with
mean, I ain't gonna watch
543Y.
Y'all hard head in the comments.
Excuse me, 544Y.
Okay, hold up. Okay, I think this is what Keith's saying. I skipped the key. Back at the bench. Okay. We couldn't hear either, Crystal. They said no one could hear. Hold up.
Ms. Weinstein.
My heart beating, y'all. My heart beating. Fast.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix.
Oh!
This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness.
Oh.
I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury.
Mm-hmm.
It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice.
Oh.
They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle.
Yeah, I gotta
If
go
you could
back.
just give
I
us
got to go back. I got to go back because I tried to skip because people were saying skip.
And preserving the objection.
I
Sure.
tried to skip, y'all.
Thank
I can't skip. But I think it was Yak
First
sitting on
showing
their car.
Stacey Libet 543Y. Excuse me, 544Y.
Oh, y'all, they saying we couldn't hear what was said. So we're gonna have to listen. Okay, thank y'all. Okay, y'all, we couldn't hear what was said, but they're saying it is about Yak standing on Lucci's car. And from what I'm gathering from the comments, they said something about they said about him being in jail. I'm not going to Miss Sylvia. I'm over here. I'm not moving from right here yet, y'all. I can entertain that once we figure out what's going on. So no, I'm not going to stop the live and go somewhere else. We're trying to watch right now.
They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed.
He did look cute, Keith.
404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's
Come on,
intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if we can.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that,
He
Your Honor.
does.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intent.
But it came
happened.
out.
I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to
Thank you.
find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Concert was amazing. Concert was amazing. Okay, y'all, let me skip ahead. It hasn't been 15 minutes. All right. Okay. Let's talk about it. We have seen it. For those of you who tried to ruin this for us, we have finally made it to the part. Mistrial has been requested because Detective Dennis testified to Yak being in jail. That's the problem. He said something about jail, and now we didn't hear it, but from what I'm gathering is he had to have mentioned I think he said did he say bad character evidence? Mentioned Yak going to jail. Okay, here we go. Dennis said something about Yak coming out of jail. Yes, y'all. It was something about Yak in jail. And what Doug is saying, what Doug is saying, y'all, is that this keeps happening. They keep their witnesses, because a time before this, I think it was Shannon in jail that they said, and Max requested the mistrial. This keeps happening, is what Doug is saying. We can't hear it. You want to rewind Doug, because we can't hear what Dennis said. We can't hear what Dennis said, guys, because it was on mute. For some reason, when they play that Zoom, it's been muting today. Okay, they said right after Yak was released from jail. The point being is, even though there is evidence that he signed a plea, you're making him look bad by mentioning him being in jail. That's it. I don't know, Day. I think it's something going on. So you can't say that. Y'all, they said something about Shannon being in jail, and they were able to give an instruction. Remember, and I remember it because I had this whole talk on my TikTok about people. Hold on, y'all. Oh, here. We had Mariah. Can you tell me how much? We had this whole conversation on my TikTok about the reasoning that defendants wear regular clothes to court. The jury is not supposed to know that people are in jail, right? Because not all defendants are in jail. Mariah, I'm just gonna do it now. I'll just put, I hope it's enough, okay? Just let me know if it's not. But they're not supposed to know who is in jail, who's not in jail. That's why, they're real serious about who knows. We don't want to prejudice the jury. Juice. That's why you don't want to, that's y'all, my door's closed. She probably growling at my sister. But you don't want to prejudice the jury. Because if the jury knows you're already in jail or you've already been in jail, what they're going to think? They are probably going to think you're likely to have committed whatever crime. It's just an optics type of thing, right? So that's what it is. But we've had this happen with Shannon. She gave an instruction. But how many more times is Paige going to let this happen? And like Doug said, okay, you can't unhear it. He said Detective Dennis has this deep voice. He's in the microphone. You heard that. He's like, no. We can't unhear this. I don't get my hopes up anymore about a mistrial. I really don't. I don't get my hopes up simply because I think Paige refuses to call a mistrial. But I'm going to say this. What do you think the state? I agree, y'all. I agree, Nick. I agree. Did he say deep Southern voice? I didn't know what the S word he said. He said, but it may have been Southern voice. But she told the state to go find some case law because Miss Hilton knows it was wrong. Miss Hilton, they have to go find case law. Did y'all hear that?
If you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Maybe they're back. Oh, they're not back. She told the state to go find some case law. Y'all know how they said Paige does not want to cause a mistrial, right? She doesn't want to grant one. She doesn't want to be the reason that one's granted, right? But what if, just what if, y'all, what if the state can't find case law? Then whose fault would it be? Whose fault would it be if they can't find case law? Yes, y'all. She told the Miss. Let's watch it again. We got a little time. Let's watch it again. Hear what Miss Hilton asked Paige right before we went on break. Let's hear it again. Okay. Okay, y'all. Let's hear it again. If they reconsider trial, they will reject the appeal. What do you mean, Van Hook? They can't or will ask until tomorrow. Let's see. Exactly, Raven. You're the only one listening to me. You're the only one listening to me, Raven. It will be the state's fault if they did do it. Okay, y'all. We're going to watch it again, Maya. You can't unhear that. Exactly, Melody. And thank you. Oh, damn, Melody. I was going to say thank you for not cursing and you cursed. You got to disguise the curse words, Mel.
Ms. Weinstein.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character.
Okay, let me just say this, guys. Why do you think Doug just said that? Mariah, was that enough? Yes. He said, this one you cannot fix. Why is he saying that? He's saying you keep saving them. Every time we get up here and ask for a mistrial, you try to save them. You try to do a limiting instruction. You try to do this, do that. Yes, Liana, he is calling her out. He is calling Paige out. This one you cannot fix.
Evidence that came in, the state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if we can.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intention.
it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so y'all know we love a good teaching moment over here. I wanted to Google the 404A so that everyone has an understanding of what Doug is saying and why he's so upset that the detective mentioned Yak being released from jail, going to jail, whatever he said about jail. Okay. 404, let's say, let me share the screen. I just did a quick Google search, guys. Just so that we can, I mean, I like for us to know what we're what we're learning and seeing. I'm going to just share this. It says Rule 404A establishes the baseline rule that character evidence is generally not admissible in a criminal trial for the purpose of showing propensity. That is, for the purpose of showing that the person likely acted in a way that is consistent with the character traits on a particular occasion. What does that mean? Saying stuff about Yak being in jail, they already showing all this gang stuff. It's bad evidence. It looks bad. It's going to make the jury think that what he's on trial for, he probably did. He likely did it. That is why Doug is so upset. They try hard to keep this stuff out of court because you don't want to taint the jury with this type of information. Right? You don't want to, that's why they work hard to keep old charges out, all these anything that could show their what do you call prejudicial is prejudicial. That's another, yes. They try to anything that could paint their people in a bad light, they work really hard to keep that stuff out. Really hard. What's wrong? Oh. They work really hard. Said that yesterday he was in jail when he questioned the cop. He talked about being arrested. He did. But here's the thing. I think the difference may be their key. It's already established that the car was pulled over. Doug was just talking about the stop. He talked about when you stopped him, did you spit on him? Charged me for tickets twice, but they said I couldn't get that. So I don't have any money in my account. Well, then call him. Just call. Yeah, so sorry, I'm talking to Mariah. But yeah, Doug was talking about a traffic stop key. He was talking about a traffic stop that happened. Yes, that was a cop that arrested him in Duke because of the weapons in the car, things like that, right? But you can be arrested, you can come out. I think the difference in that situation is they were showing pictures, right? I think it's the response around what was being shown. Does that make sense, y'all? At least this is my understanding. They were speaking at that. We were talking about that particular Mariah. They said, "Hey, girl." She's trying to get tickets to her homecoming stuff right now. So it's here. Are they gone? Huh? Are they sold out or something? No, I don't know who to call. Is there anything to call? Do I call the school? Probably. It should be a number. Can you get another one? Yeah, but it don't make sense. It need to $28 from me twice. Okay, maybe you need to call though, because it might be in your email. Sorry, guys. Had a little crisis going on. Shannon looks better, older with weight. No, it's not over. It's not gonna be over, y'all. But let me see if they're back. They're gonna find a way. Paige does not want to let this case go. I think they're gonna find a way for this to happen. I mean, for this case to keep going. But Doug called her out. Y'all. It's the context. Thank you, Nick. That's what I was trying to say. It's the context in which the information was presented. And I think Doug, in this light, they're talking about the arrest that happened. That's the overt act. They were showing him pictures, and he happened to mention the jail stuff with the picture. Like it's the context. Nick, thank you for that. That it is that. Well, I guess they should have watched Law and Order to see what not to say. Mr. Expert listing. He should have watched something because I'm with Paige, and when Paige, see, this is why she be making me mad. She said it would be surprising if he didn't know he shouldn't have said that. Girl, you know he knew he should not have said that. Ariel, are you talking about granting bond and a mistrial? Or are you just saying grant a bond? Hold on, let me see what Catherine is saying. Something about Diamante Kendrick just coming out of jail before the post was made of prejudice. Okay, Catherine is saying this is what she heard from Miss Sylvia. I thought he was an expert too, DeCarlos. You're right. She is writing those instructions. I believe it too. She does, y'all. Paige thinks, and I just want Doug them to call, because like at this point, y'all, even since Paige has been the judge, there have been 10 or more requests for mistrial. In other cases as well. Come on, Kristen. You better clock it. Now, or there won't be one. Y'all think she's trying to stick to a guilty verdict, but I have always been of the belief that the state is going to mess up. They keep showing that they will. It has been, we got like 80 more witnesses to go. They're going to do something, y'all. Yeah, they're going to do something. And one day, Paige is just going to say enough is enough. Hell, I hope today the day. I hope today is the day. But I don't know. I don't know, y'all. Don't know how I feel about that. Let's get back. Let's see if they're back yet, y'all. Hold on. Let's get back. Let's get back. Did they fix it? Okay. You want to get another one? You think you want to just get another one? I've never even got one. I know, I'm saying just to be a case, because they could just do a refund. Okay. Sorry, y'all. We're having a little crisis over here, girl. My baby was buying her homecoming tickets, and they charged her twice, and she does not have one ticket. Oh, can you use my phone, Mariah? Hold up, let me see something. Can you use Apple Pay? Okay. I don't know Armenia, but I know we're in a lot. She said the instructions have turned into an essay at this point. Oh, y'all. A picture from last night. The only picture I really took was the one I posted on my page. That's the only picture I took. If I'm loud, Colors by Kel, turn it down. Why do y'all always do that? If people are loud, just turn your phone down. I think I'm a naturally loud person. So just turn your phone down on me. I tell y'all that every time, especially if I start laughing. I apologize. I'm just naturally loud, friend. I know Twister and essay. Listen, it's too much. Y'all, I don't know. So I told y'all the jury instructions gonna take. Hey, India. I didn't speak India when you came in. Hey, girl. Then it's supposed to be here for the next 3 days. The next 3 days, Miss Sheila? What? Catherine said it's been 2 or 3 weeks since the last one. Booty. I don't know.
Wait, sorry. Do we have everybody?
Hey, babe.
No, we don't. Yes, we do now. Okay. No, we don't.
She finna let this stuff go on.
Yeah, I know.
They finna let this go on, y'all. Don't get your hopes up. The instruction. Paige, remember when Einstein called you out, boo? Do the right thing. She ain't gonna grant a mistrial. Hey, 10 on 10, baby.
All right. What is the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for a mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor.
Okay, that's recent.
In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor. Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out.
Yes, Leon.
In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm gonna skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement.
Slow down, reading, please.
Sorry. The other evidence in the case and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia, 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia, 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swims' incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And then C. Walker v. State, 282 Georgia, 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swims' mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swims' crimes in West Virginia beyond a single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the action taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the court. Was the reference isolated and brief, and whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58. And he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm.
We just talked about this.
So for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So So
yeah, basically what she's saying is what Key was saying, India was saying. We're going to bring up the fact that he's a convicted felon. We're going to bring up his plea deal. We're going to bring up his charges. So it's not bad evidence, right? But again, it's context. And we'll see if Paige agrees with that.
the fact that that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
And just to let you guys know, this is the same argument they made when they brought up Shannon Stillwell being in jail. Same argument. Paige allowed it, so we're probably going down the same road again today.
All right.
And we have instructed our witness.
And welcome, Destiny.
Ms. Weinstein.
Look, y'all, TikTok still
Thank you,
uploading
Your Honor.
videos. An hour ago.
In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was seasoned officer.
Yeah, no, I looked. It's not.
It's
It
an
was a fellow
inmate, right? And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152, Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying.
Seasoned.
And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here. I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And
Slow down, Doug. Slow down.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right.
Before Paige goes, let's clarify that. What Dennis said was Yak was just getting out of jail. He just got out of jail. He go and taunt this man. That's bad. He ain't learned nothing in jail.
Any last words by the state?
Last
Actually,
words?
never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words.
Last words.
All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr.
These mushrooms make you feel better. They increase focus and
Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that the jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done. All right. What I am proposing to say as an instruction is Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all know the ad did play, so I'm gonna go back.
Which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues.
Of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that the jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done. All right. What I am proposing to say as an instruction is Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine, so it would be a confrontation clause. It would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the
Yes.
2 times before? All right. So we're going to strike everything he said today.
And
All
the notes, just like we did before, all the notes, they have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind. You put them under seal, or that's what I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert your honorable court if you don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine?
No, ma'am.
No. Yes, you can ask, and the answer is
no. Sit down.
But
the answer is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that he and my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now. But all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment in time, the state is going to ask that we will stop questioning. If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, given that that was one mistake that he made.
Look at Doug.
Very short in time, Your Honor.
All right, understood.
Do I need to respond to that, Your Honor?
You don't need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal
Yeah.
as well and disregarded by the jury, please.
Yeah, this is the biggest win I've ever seen the defense have. Bro, Paige told Doug, you
Do
don't
you have
need
another
to.
witness available?
Nope.
Yes,
I
Your
know
Honor.
she want to
We're
cry.
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
Man, I know she want to
Get them
cry.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure
He should.
if the state had planned on that or not, or if your sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no. He won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
Unless you'd like for me to have him come back and admonish him. But I'm not going to do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further. Okay.
Y'all, that man
I kinda
never
would
coming
like to
back.
Tell him he should have known better though.
I ain't get the
Y'all
name.
can just relay that. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, and I'd like to renew
Baby
my
Doug
motion
won't
for
stop.
mistrial prior to the next question.
All right. It is denied.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have another witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay.
They finna call Sprinkle. They finna call they took this man whole testimony from today. All of that. Does that mean I need to go strike my TikTok? Do I need to go pull my TikToks from today, y'all? Do I need to pull my TikToks from today? Let me know. Y'all might need to go pull all my videos, y'all. They done struck everything. Y'all I'm gonna make some new ones, y'all, but I'm on YouTube right now. Y'all got my attention. I've been taking notes. Y'all know my TikTok's been slow, so I have been taking notes for my next video. So I've been taking notes, y'all. Yeah, I can't breathe. I can't breathe, y'all. I can't breathe. I can't breathe, y'all. I can't breathe. They literally, y'all, just struck everything he testified today. Do y'all know how bad that is? Hilton was using him to impeach Trivia, to impeach Quindarius Zachary, to talk about Yak. They introduced the video from Magic City through him. Oh my God, he was here to corroborate everything we've seen before he took the stand. They just took everything out of there. And the man can't never come back on that stand. Never come back on that stand. Not their expert, Mr. I've seen Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I know how to interpret rap lyrics. Y'all, they was getting the rap lyrics in through Dennis. They just took everything. Do y'all understand how big this is? Do y'all understand how big this is, y'all? They just took everything. Oh my God. Y'all, Hilton crying in the car. Shit, Miss Hilton crying right now. She outside that, man, what Woody? Let me pull up Woody live. Woody might be at the courthouse. Tell him, do he see her in the hallway crying? Man, I know she crying right now. Man, Key, they probably got her in the group chat talking bad to her. Bro, she in the hall crying. I'm gonna tell you something. And y'all know, did y'all see my videos this morning? This morning I talked about how Miss Hilton seemed so confident with him. This the best I really have seen her. I mean, I'm not saying her question. It was her aura. Her aura today. That shit just got shot down. Shakes, Slay, he could have, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm gonna do my videos after all this happens, baby. I'm on my YouTube right now. Y'all got my attention. ISIS, let me tell you, ISIS, remember we talked about the fact that she seemed really defeated when she was going back and forth with Max Shart about Shannon's letters. She seemed really defeated. Like she kept going, she kept doing stuff like that, right? Because I don't know if she was up for the challenge or what. Today, y'all was having that rumor saying that lady quit. Oh, she might throw in that resignation today. She did put a little bump in her hair and everything today. Steph, girl. Steph. Y'all, Steph wanted us to tell her what happened. Steph, I'm going to sum it up for you. Detective Dennis was on the stand. He said that Gotti stood on Lucci's car right when and that he just got out of jail. Doug Weinstein objected, said it was 404A, and that Detective Dennis was a seasoned investigator. He knew better than to say that Yak was just getting out of jail, yet he said it. The state came with some evidence that didn't fit it. Whomever the officer was in there wasn't a seasoned attorney. Doug Weinstein came back with evidence from a seasoned attorney making a mistake where a mistrial was granted. I thought Paige was going to do it because Doug was real convincing. But Paige said, no, listen. This jury is already going to know that Yak was a convicted felon. They're already going to know this. So they'll know he's been to jail before. And if it wasn't for that, I'd grant your mistrial. But because they know that, I'm not going to grant it. But I am going to strike everything Detective Dennis said today. Everything, okay? You hear me, Steph? They took everything he said today. And he was impeaching Quindarius. He was impeaching Trivia. He was verifying. They introduced the Magic City video when Duke got jumped. All of this information, girl. He even sat up there and said he was an expert on lyrics, Steph. He said he qualified to tell you what people mean in they rap lyrics, okay? He said he could do that. Because he been watching Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society. And he read some book that they said about Tupac and Biggie and they beef. He said he was an expert, okay? Girl, Paige took everything. I'm talking everything he said. And that ain't even the hard part, Steph. Not the hard part. The best part, Steph, he can't never come back. He can never come back. I got where India come and go? He can never come back, Steph. Do you hear me? Never. Not only that, girl, Paige said that Paige told the state to go and tell him that he should have known better. Paige want them to let him know. They said, is he ever coming back? She said, I mean, if y'all want him to come back on the stand for me to admonish him. The defense team getting soft. They said, there's no need to do that, Your Honor. Steph, she done took everything. Everything. Okay, Steph. I'm happy you heard that because that was for you, Steph. I need to use that as a clip, honestly, because that was pretty good, Steph. Yo. Man, y'all, this is. Okay, I was a little behind. Thank you. Baby, let me see what she said. She said, oh, she looks so sick.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
Hold up, y'all.
When why is that already in before the jury? That wasn't bifurcated?
It was not bifurcated, Sean.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, But my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated.
I think we did.
And it was denied, is my recollection. And so.
It must be, I'm going to check, you overact as well, and that's why I think that.
Ah.
I'm going to check. So it's an overact, so like a felony murder with the underlying.
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
That's okay. I'll look it up for you.
I mean, there has to be some reason, but oh, that
Overt Act 187,
That's why it wasn't redacted.
okay,
189.
well,
Yeah, this is crazy.
The 187 is just possession of fire. So that's
189.
Hey.
Okay, that explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay.
I guess that's what
Wouldn't
the
mind.
instruction guide.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, hold up, Star. Thank you. Don't hate on me, y'all. Like the live. Bye, India.
Okay, which actually then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too.
Girl, look at the girl at the kiddie table, y'all. She fed up too. Dang. Melody, they're going over what instruction they're going to give the jury.
In order to be correct, my instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to overt act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's,
choose a GAF Master Elite contractor.
And no, I'm not getting YouTube without ads.
Only about 2.
Okay. My bad, people that's on the live. I could have been on that other link though. Oh, it's gonna be 2 ads. YouTube hear me talking shit. Now it's 2 ads. They may not want to include it on this case. Simone texting Miss Love, baby, she in the group chat.
or any other charges against them, but
She's
that's not
roasted.
actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to their determination of overt act 189?
But Your Honor, I thought we discussed this. The overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause right. That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing.
Right, the
overt act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that.
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it. And you asked the state to do it. It goes
Yeah,
to Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest
Williams,
of them,
right.
basically. But so
That's the instruction you've been waiting on.
I know. But I think
he said we've been waiting on this.
If I may just continue speaking, that's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction. There might be one more. The guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial. Because somebody like me, Mr. Williams, not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify. And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
And y'all are planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as prepping instruction, that it only goes against the defendant who's convicted. It only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act, even in consideration of RICO.
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't, even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you know, you don't, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people if they believe the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the RICO violation, not a separate overt act.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? And so how is it not in some way?
She can't answer all this, Paige. That lady is defeated. Where's Miss Love? Get you in them slingbacks down there.
It's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for what's required for RICO.
Can I ask, Your Honor, for this purpose for right now, can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what you said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all just are going to have to prove something else or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction. I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard. I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause. You know?
Help it out.
Yes, right. I guess my thought is, if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is.
I know, but I'm trying to tell the jurors, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63, an overt act. Is it 189?
This is hard, y'all.
Yes, Your Honor.
But really, I mean, is that?
Can we
wait for Miss Love?
Or you can
can't
just
argue this.
Strike overt act 189 out of the indictment. That would be easier.
And that was our position, because there's no way, respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
And I guess our thought is, since you're striking his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the instruction later?
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do it. I'm taking their notes away, and I'm saying to them, what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just tell him disregard everything at this point, there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now. So my point is, if you just tell them disregard everything that they heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case. And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, great.
Mariah might have it. I think Paige, this lady is defeated. She can't answer a question.
I mean, I can just say this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of Mr. Kendrick having been in prison, but.
No, I don't think that part is necessary, Your Honor.
Yes, it is,
Given
girl.
I do think it was a mistake.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Hilton probably don't even know her phone number right now. This is, man. Dang, y'all.
Can you read your instruction again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah.
We're going to take the notes too. Y'all, this is, baby, period page. Period, big page. Not the little one today, okay?
I mean, I guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty gritty of it with regard to Rico later.
Why the state? Hold up. Can I explain why the state don't want to strike it? Yeah, I know. The state doesn't want to strike it because they were getting a lot of stuff in through him, through Detective Dennis. They were using him to impeach witnesses. He is their expert person. They were getting wrapped. Oh, there go a body. A body and the other man who is their Rico expert. Is that him? Y'all called it. A body to the rescue. A body to the rescue. Y'all called it. Y'all called it. Funny said, get your to that courtroom.
I just think if we can't come up with something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with.
Girl, a body, y'all called it. Yeah, they done sent the big dog in because you pups done messed up. Miss Hilton, I crack a lot of jokes about you, but I crack a lot of jokes, but I'm going to tell you, I really thought you were doing a good job today. And I'm going to tell you now, none of us are going to be, we're not going to even look at you if you put in that resignation today, friend. We understand. I promise we do. Dang, y'all. Hey, Lily. Girl. Y'all know, y'all see I be saying girl because I feel like I'm on FaceTime with y'all. A body done came in the courtroom. This is embarrassing. This was probably supposed to be a simple day, y'all. This was supposed to go smooth. She was doing better today, y'all. She was doing so much better today, and look what happened. And it wasn't even her fault. It was Detective Dennis, but you know whose fault it is? I'm going to still put it on the state. You got to prep your witnesses. She should have told him this. She should have gone over it. Yes, Abadi is a deputy district attorney. Miss Fabulous J, you just getting there, girl? Because I hadn't seen you come in. Are you just coming in, girl? I can't leave you kids alone for 5 minutes. India. I love y'all so much. Let me tell y'all make streaming.
At what point does a salad become a salad? Is it when you add fried chicken? One.
Y'all make streaming so easy because y'all are hilarious. Oh yeah, give me something. What?
All right, anything?
Give me some wings. Are you getting wings? Give me one. Easy. Look at the body.
My apologies. Let's see. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you anyway. Can y'all hear
You ain't finna change that.
Okay.
So the state's recommendation would be the similar limiting instruction that you've been giving as it relates to the other evidence or that you've given previously as it relates to the other evidence, for example, that came in today during the prior testimony about Mr. Jackson. Pretty much the same instruction with obviously you're changing the fact that there will be certain, there will be evidence related to certain defendants that they were had prior convictions. You're not to attribute those convictions to any other defendant other than the ones in which it's related to in the counts of the indictment. Something of that nature.
No.
All right.
It's not the same thing as Shannon.
Our issue that we're struggling with is that it's an overt act in the RICO count. And it's apparently going to be proven ultimately by his conviction, which is, of course, testimonial. And how can that be considered against any other defendant? And that hadn't been sorted out yet.
Y'all, we might need to put some money together and see Hilton a edible arrangement. People like those. Yeah. We might have to.
I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case. All right. That's what I'm going to say.
She said
so
she
let's
tired
get the
of
jury
y'all.
out.
Round it up. Damn, man. Golly.
Yes.
Shut it up.
Do you need to approach if I don't have the jury here yet?
Right.
Yeah, okay. I'm on it.
Body trying to save the day. That man's stressed. She needs some wine. Y'all, this right here. Dom said bye, Felicia. People like those. Yo, can you just imagine if Miss Love was there? He got hives. That's what it looked like. Thank y'all for rocking with me. We've been on stream now for 2 hours. I'm not sure who told me stay on, but thank you because I've had such a good time with y'all. I love when I get my live reactions for real. That's why I try when I'm recording on TikTok, I try to watch it and record as I'm watching it. This is even better because when I tell y'all, I don't know how to act today. I don't even know how to act today, y'all. Listen, I don't know how to act today. I don't, y'all. I'm so happy to be on here with y'all. Thank you, Dr. Chris. I'm happy. I love y'all. I ain't gonna play my song. I think YouTube a little different. I don't want to play my song, but y'all know I love y'all. But I'm gonna have to calm down, baby. I might have to have them bring me a little tequila. Today has been a lot. Oh yeah, today been a lot. Sprinkle fries or spicy? Spicy, girl. You know. You know. Listen, Caitlin, are you still on here? Thank you, Alicia. Oh, Miss Fabulous J, you really haven't been watching court? I can't believe that, friend. I haven't been on Twitter, so I hadn't seen your post today. Yeah, today is a good day. Today is a good day. Duke needs to go and top it out for me. I'm hyped too, Paige. Let me see. I'm hyped too. I'm glad I'm working from home today. Brittany, baby, I want you to keep your job, friend. Don't want you getting put out that office, okay? So I'm happy you were at home today. Oh, yeah, let me see if I need to skip ahead. I'm sorry, guys, because I forgot. And here they go acting like Miss Love with these bench conferences. Mr. Body is not trying to do anything but see if he can save it. He's trying to save what just happened. Today was a win for the defense, a big win, okay? And y'all know what I'm waiting on. I want to see Doug Weinstein talk about it. I want to see Doug Weinstein talk about it, but can we just put a 1 in the chat for Paige? Because if Paige ever see this, she needs to see that y'all are happy. Y'all put a 10. Put a 10 in the chat, not a 1. Let's put a 10 in the chat. Because Paige stood on all 10 of them toes today, okay? Put a 10 in the chat because y'all, we've all been asking for Paige to do something. We've been asking for Paige to take control of that courtroom. We have been asking for her to show the state that they can't keep doing the stuff they're doing. Baby, Paige went up today. And can y'all tell me where the likes at? Because they back. Okay, let me speed again. Let's go up again. Okay.
Do you mind? I've just got to give the jury an instruction before we have your testimony. So do you mind just hanging right outside that first set of doors? And we'll wait.
I do have another witness.
Thank you. Okay, maybe you should hear it too.
She did, y'all. She did. Keandria, don't do that until they come back from the bench. Your body is stressed. Look at him. But this again. I split it. It is. It's crazy. Yeah, please. Y'all about to say, where the chat? Y'all don't turn into law and crime chat, okay? We do a little key, but this whole chat cannot be about what y'all currently talking about, okay? We got to switch it. This whole chat cannot be about what y'all want to talk about. What I'm seeing, y'all. It can't. This is not law and crime chat. We got to key and move on, y'all. Oh, my God. Y'all, Mr. Abadi Chris. He probably said, like, how the hell did this happen? Day, she's not going to admonish him. The defense said that wasn't necessary. Baby. And look at Keith. Keith, she don't want to talk to y'all. My girl really popped out this morning for it to end like this. Golly. Baby. I can't believe Mr. Body. Did y'all see when he came in? He slung that little briefcase bag down he had, baby. He slung that down. He was probably upstairs watching. She was, Key. That's why I'm so sad about it. She had her little whiteboard out. She was writing out on the little board, pulling it out. She was feeling like it was giving her superpowers. All for them to take everything away. Baby, they never. Ooh, hey!
Gone. I am sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and Overt Act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, Investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of Investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. If there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions,
Let me
please
know.
let the court know that now by raising your hand.
Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand.
Everybody good?
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Y'all thought somebody raised their
Yes.
hand.
And he's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we're going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now, and we've got a couple more hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state called Officer Rogers to the stand.
Conserve paper.
What's the last name?
Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
So now I'm blaming the jury. They don't want off y'all. Because who can forget that lady all in Magic City like this? Boob just going up and down. Who can forget that?
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
Now, sorry, y'all.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
You know what? Baki.
Officer Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
While at the Atlanta Police Department, worked patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section. Did about 8 years there before moving over to Special Enforcement, where I did time at the Auto Crimes Unit. And my last assignment there was at Gaines before my incident.
And we're going to talk about your incident in a moment. When you were a patrol officer, what zone did you work for?
I started in Zone 6.
And did you work any other zones as a patrol officer?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, you said that your last assignment prior to your incident was you working in gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do while you worked in gangs?
While on gangs, we were tasked with proactive enforcement, keeping up with wanted gang members and the apprehension of those persons. And that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months, while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, what, if anything,
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm switching it so that we can.
Typically, we were out in the streets more.
Oh God, sorry, y'all. I'm switching the stream to Atlanta.
Or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
Okay.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Not a bad shift.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Maya, they gotta stop. They out of control in this chat today.
When you began your shift today, were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7th, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay. And you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am, we were in two separate cars.
Okay. And if you're in separate cars, how was it that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in twos, but we were the only two officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer J. Teasley.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And you said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue or did you stay somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed him and myself. We briefed on the side of the Interstate 75 just before Cleveland. Talked about what we were going to do and who we were looking for, what he was wearing, things of that nature. Tried to gather more resources as far as zone crime suppression units. I think I called upon the fugitive unit that day, but they were tied up doing something else.
Now, do you remember what the description was that you were given for him?
We were told black jacket, white pants. I believe it was an orange hoodie.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right. After the brief, Investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
Just a second. If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics. Hearsay.
Yes.
Your effect on the listener.
Sustained.
Okay. Without some,
I'm sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
Based upon what Investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the steel road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Eppinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here.
Mm-hmm.
You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name. The steel road entrance. I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
He is
That's
big,
fine.
Miss Sheila.
Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hateville Road.
Mm-hmm.
Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hateville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it's Steel Road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left on the Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Eppinger walking through the complex, at which time I meant to go make contact with Mr. Eppinger.
And at the time when you went to go make contact with him, were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hayville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave on the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Eppinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Eppinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper. Also, told him he had warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Eppinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder, trying to locate my partner, because Mr. Eppinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Eppinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood. And so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay? Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam on your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you were...
Yes, Renee.
You got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun.
So that we're all on the same page, the officer is saying, first of all, he doesn't look big enough to even subdue Mr. Eppinger himself. Like Miss Sheila said, she said like 6'4", 200 and something pounds. He definitely should have waited until he had backup. But whatever, he pulled up on him. He sees him walking. He like, hey, you got paper, you got a warrant. Said Eppinger looked past him like you ain't talking about nothing. He got out the car. He said he was trying to apprehend him. That wasn't working. So he was going to, instead of using his weapon, he went to a taser. He said he didn't pull the clip on the taser, and then he started feeling shots. That's what he's saying right now.
I drawing on him at first, came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature. And like I said, I go to put my hands on him because he kind of walks past me. After I told him who I was, announced my agency, let him know that he had warrants. He kept proceeding down the sidewalk. And so as I'm engaged with him, I'm kind of looking back over my shoulder for my partner, and he isn't coming. So I had to switch to another plan since I wasn't physically able to overcome him. And so at that time, I holstered my weapon and decided to switch over to my taser. I had trouble accessing my taser.
What made you decide to switch from your gun to your taser?
Just the sheer size of him. I knew I wasn't going to be able to overpower him, but at the time, he didn't have anything in his hands. And so I felt it necessary to transition.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I know this is not what we're talking about, but I'm just going to say this because I strongly feel this. Officers do have the mind to not use lethal force, meaning their weapon. I mean, when I say lethal force, I'm meaning their firearms. He's saying right now, I knew I couldn't take him down. He's way bigger than me, but I chose to use my taser. His first thought was not to go to his firearm. There are a lot of officers that can make that determination, and I've seen it with my own eyes. I'll tell you that story later, but it can be done.
So when you went to go transition to your taser, were you able to draw your taser out?
No, ma'am. I stumbled with my taser, with my left hand, at which time I reached over with my right. And at that point, he had flanked me and started to fire upon me.
Okay. And when we say he started to flank you, what did that mean?
So he had veered off to my right side.
Okay. And then did you see when he drew his weapon?
I did not.
Okay. What was the first thing that you felt?
Just a warm sensation. But I knew something was wrong because when I went to re-access my weapon, I could not have use of that arm. And when I turned around to track his person, yeah, all I remember seeing was the muzzle of the gun, the white pants, the black jacket. But at that point, I was pretty much out of the fight.
And when you say you were out of the fight, what do you mean?
It's even after reaching for him, I feel like I remember reaching for him with my left hand, but my body was kind of beginning to shut down, probably from the blood loss. I don't know.
Okay. And once you started feeling those, like that bullets and that impact, where did you end up? Were you on the ground? What happened?
I remember after looking at him, I remember turning away. I feel like I took a knee. I might have even laid on my face. I sat there for a minute. I gathered myself. I got on radio, let radio know I was shot. And then at that point, Investigator Johnson came over to render aid. He pulled me around the corner. And yeah.
Okay. And after that, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. We waited on the ambulance for a little bit, but
to answer you guys this question, Mr. Eppinger has been severed from this case. But for people saying, oh, it has nothing to do with people in the room, y'all have to remember that even though these people are severed, there's one big indictment. Not only that, Thug has count 56 and count 1. So ultimately, they're saying everything involves it goes back to Thug. Count 56 says that he's the organizer, the supervisor, or the manager of a gang. So everything ultimately goes back to Thug. That's why they're bringing up this situation with Mr. Eppinger. The thing is, though, they have to prove that this was in furtherance of a conspiracy, right? So I just want to clarify that.
We kind of had a talk and a discussion, and I just requested to be put in one of the UC cars, and we made our way to Grady.
And so you said you were talking. Were you alert at the time after being shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you eventually make it to Grady?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the injuries that you had as a result of this shooting?
Well, I was informed that I was shot 6 times, once to the back of the head, 4 to the back of the right shoulder, and 1 to the back of the right leg.
No! Oh, that boy belong right where he at. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
And did you have to spend some time at Grady because of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am. I did about 7 days in the hospital.
Wow.
And are you now back to work at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
A living witness. That's a testimony, man. That's a testimony. Mr. Eppinger needs to be right where he is. Wow. What is wrong with people? Man, that is just... Y'all, I get the jokes, y'all, but at this point, the jokes should have stopped like minutes ago. Like, this is not funny. This is not funny. I didn't know why he was on the stand, y'all. You can make all the jokes about his head, all of that, whatever, but y'all got to know when to make the jokes. This ain't the time for those jokes. This is, man.
Do you recognize the individual who was depicted in Exhibit 32V?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recognize him to be Christian Eppinger.
And I'm also going to show you 18V.
This is crazy. Like, what has to be going through your mind?
Do you recognize who's that in 18V?
Yes, ma'am. Their profile looks similar to his.
And I want to zoom in on 18V.
I think he's like Brits or something.
Are you able to see what is depicted on the side of his face?
No, ma'am. I'm not able to make that out.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
I love you, Keith.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Probably no.
All right.
Oh my God. Y'all, that is so sad.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
He didn't have anything to lose.
If I heard you correctly, You found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital, and you were there for a period of time before
Here's
you
the
recovered.
baby.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you are back to work at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have. For your answers. That's all I have.
Any other? All right.
Officer, good afternoon. You don't see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
That was good.
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Do you see what they are doing, guys? All the defense attorneys now are trying to make sure the jury understands that the person that they're talking about, he's not in this courtroom, trying to disassociate him from people in the courtroom.
Anybody else? No, Your Honor. Thank you. All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank
Yes,
you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
It'll
He's
be
been
Sergeant
separate.
J.C. Davis. Let me just confirm he's outside.
Sorry that happened to you, sir. I've been retired. He must love his job, baby. Sit me down. I want to say it's one of the overt acts, guys. That's why they're talking about it. Remember, we went through them, but I don't remember all of them. I don't know, D. Reese. I'm not sure. When Mr. Eppinger goes on trial, I'm sure they'll talk more about what happened. His lawyers will probably ask that. Yes, Kristen. Kristen, he's supposed to be YSL. I think they call him Briss. BHRIS. Instead of Chris, they call him YSL Briss, I believe. Megan, everything goes back to count 1 and count 56.
John Davis, JOHN DAVIS.
Yep, Catherine.
And where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
26 years.
And what do you do currently for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I manage the body cam unit.
And what do you do as a manager of the body cam unit?
What I do is to ensure that officers that are out on the streets have body cameras that are operating properly.
Yeah.
If any issues, I address those issues by troubleshooting, replacing, and sending them back to the Exxon unit.
Okay. And if you could just tell the jurors, are all officers with the Atlanta Police Department fitted with body cam?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And since when have all officers been fitted with body cam?
This is dated back, I'm estimating 2015 or so.
2015 or so.
Yeah,
and
Eppinger is Thug's brother.
How are the body cams kept within regular ordinary course of Atlanta Police Department?
His brother
Police Department's business.
Well, body cams, like I said, are issued to each officer to do their daily duties. At the end of each duty or personal work assignment, body cameras will be docked on the Exxon dock.
Yeah, I gotta stop because I think Kristen, I've answered you like 4 times, Kristen. Eppinger is supposed to be YSL. YSL Briss is the name that they refer to him as. He's young though. This happened in 2022. He's younger. He's the one they showed a lot on videos with other members. A couple of weeks ago, they were showing him. He's big too. They were showing him talking on the phone on FaceTime, and they went back and forth about these FaceTimes. I want to say, I don't want to say it was a little ride, but it was one of these younger guys though. It wasn't Thug, but it was a younger guy.
Docs or any events that particular day will be uploaded into our evidence.com accounts.
Yes. And you said the Exxon doc. What is the Exxon doc?
Exxon Docs is pretty much the same company that designed the body camera unit, and that doc is a way to charge as well as upload any evidence or any incidents that's recorded.
And as far as with APD, do you have dash cam videos?
Yes, we do.
And how do dash cam videos work?
Dash cams work similarly, but it's more of a wireless base. So once you make it back to your assignment, your precinct, the signal is sent and it uploads videos that way.
And again, the dash cams also kept in the regular and ordinary course of business at Atlanta Police Department.
That is correct. Everything's in evidence.com in the cloud.
Have you had the opportunity today to review a body cam video and a dash cam video from a shooting incident on February 7, 2022 involving Officer Rogers?
Yes, I have.
And did that appear to be, from what you viewed, a fair and accurate depiction of images contained on both his body camera video and his dash cam video?
That's correct.
Your Honor, and did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 2S. Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS. Both of those items.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize both of those items?
These are the discs that I watch because I signed and dated each one.
And again, at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS into evidence.
All right, that's Sierra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted without objection.
All right. Permission to follow.
You may.
Krista, are you spamming me? Because I promise I just stopped the live to answer your question. Are you spamming me right now? Oh my God. Y'all, if he say papa, y'all think Kristen's spamming me? Because I've answered this question like 5 or 6 times. I'm trying to see because y'all know I know how to use my stuff on YouTube now. I thought Thug only knew 2. No, I don't think so. Listen, this a good question, Star. Oh, okay. I just want to ask Kristen because I definitely stopped the live to answer her question, but I keep seeing the same question like 5 times. So Paige only striking testimony for saying no, just today, Day. Kaylin, I was looking for you earlier, Kaylin. I said, my baby just ordered some Dixie Queen. I said, let me ask Kaylin what she like to get from Dixie Queen. Miss, they're at the bench. Let me just speed it up a little bit. They're at the bench, Miss Sheila. It's Miss Hilton trying to figure out what's going on, baby. Miss Hilton don't need to be on any type of social media, okay? They're at the bench, y'all. Y'all know Paige made their ruling where when they're at the bench, she doesn't want it shown anymore. Y'all. It just says as soon as Miss Love goes MIA from the court, she arrived to your chat area. I just want our chat to stay like our chat stays, okay? Let us just enjoy our little community over here. And that's it. But Miss Hilton got bigger fish to fry. I don't know where Miss Love is, but I don't know where Miss Love is, y'all. Some y'all know Kayla said Miss Love like to cuss. Miss Love probably somewhere calling Miss Hilton all types of MFs, stupid, dumb B words, all of that. Y'all know Miss Love probably in there cutting up. Listen, I know that's right, Miss Cherie. Tell them we like it over here, baby. Positive vibes. We gonna kiki. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna learn a little. We like our little community. Okay, can y'all please like the live? Thank you guys so much for the reminder. Thank you, KSW. We like our little community, baby. Let us be. Leave us. Don't put us in no mess, baby. Let us be. You think love got her on a little punishment. Who, Shayla? I don't know. Miss Hilton said it was a mistake, Zini. But the problem is, and Paige told Miss Hilton it's not her fault. The problem is you didn't prep your witness, and your witness has testified in enough trials to know he shouldn't have done that. That was the problem. Love. Miss Love at court, y'all. I ain't seen Adrian. I know that's right, Faith. That's where the mess go, right there. I haven't seen Miss Love. It was a mistake, guys, but it's a mistake that Dennis should not have made. Okay? Detective Dennis should not have made that mistake. He's too seasoned, right? He's testified that this trial alone, he's been on the stand 3 times. So imagine other trials that he's testified to. He knew better. He knew better. I don't know what Miss Love cooking up, but I'm gonna tell you something. Baby, that what happened today. I'm gonna check it again. That hurt. That hurt, baby. Baby, that hurt. I don't blame Dennis. It is their job. You are exactly correct, Key. And that's what Doug Weinstein was saying. You should have prepped your witness. He was an expert. Y'all ain't gonna let him live that one down. I think they might call someone else from the gang unit. Who, India? Because remember, India, do you remember that Paige, the defense testified that I think the only person they could probably call back is Gaither? Because they tried to get Miss V certified as an expert, and I do not even know what day it was, but I know I did a video on it so I can go through my videos, but they were like, listen, they already had 5. But how they're going to get everything back in? You remember they were using Dennis because he was in the interview with Yak. They were using him for so many things, y'all. And now he can't come back. They love talking to witnesses during break anyway. They should have told him. You're right. Miss Sheila, Miss Hilton just asked to go up there. I don't know why. But I don't think Detective Gaither, listen, after her picture getting leaked, after all of those hot mic moments, I don't think she want to come back either. You know what, Ariel? He did too damn much trying to certify himself as an expert. I think you're right. She didn't prep the witness. Okay, Mika, we could go there. I'm an expert at this point. I mean, because I'm gonna tell you, Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood, those are 2 movies I don't ever have to see again. Those are, I will never ever forgive them for Ricky. Okay.
To the jury room for a few minutes. I'm not quite sure what the duration is going to be, but sorry about that. And Sergeant, I'm going to have you step outside as well, and we'll let you know when we need you back.
Yep, again. Can't do it, India. Too much happened.
All right, can somebody pull it up? Or... And I know y'all have had to go a little bit out of order because of the unexpected issue with not finishing the day with Detective Dennis. So we just hadn't gotten to some of this yet. I'm going to say through either misunderstanding or no fault of anybody. So we'll just tackle it right now.
Great. Go ahead and put my objection more fully on the record.
Sure.
All right. So the objection that I made at the bench was that the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to produce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they're relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is a case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. If the court will give me 1 second.
Sure. And I don't think, I mean, certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification or isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but.
And let me, and thank you. Let me add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of that, of the body camera, the dash camera. And I'm saying it as though there's 2, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than 2. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
Let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than 2 with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing, and you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam, and I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video,
Right.
and the surveillance video.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes, and we talked at the bench about that, and it was all of it together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps, and you did do that. And they know that. They just hadn't set forth. They believe they have not yet set forth any objections, and we're under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything, but be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
All of it deal with the.
To add to my objection, it bears noting that the Officer Rogers, who just testified, now Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here. Right? He's not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rogers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably, let's say it's going to show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative. So I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right. I'm going to overrule that objection because the officer, in fact, said, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor. So there's 4 videos total.
And what are they going to show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting, Officer Rogers' movement and kind of trying to apprehend.
Sure.
The dash cam, you can actually see it because you're unable to see everything on the body cam. The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rogers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gives him aid. But what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson.
And that's on surveillance video from where? Just like
the community had surveillance video.
Okay.
So it's from the furthest entrance at the complex.
Okay.
And then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger. And that we believe is relevant because there initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about officers and their response in certain communities. And this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened and how they apprehended him outside of the home. There were.
Okay, Miss Hilton is making the argument that the state, and we've kind of seen questioning that questions how fast the police respond to something. No way she's gonna care. She's going to compare me calling the police because my home has been lit up and it take them hours to an officer saying that I have been hit by a person I was trying to arrest for a warrant.
He ran into someone else's house with children and with a
Exactly.
gun. They apprehended. They were able to go inside and retrieve the gun that was used, and that is the final.
Girl.
All right. And how long? Or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm going to need to watch. Does every one of them have hearsay or potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all. The dash cam. I don't think I have the dash cam has some audio.
Like Miss Love.
But minimal. The surveillance video does not have audio.
Okay. All right. Let's just watch them.
Mr. Eppinger.
The parts you intend to play.
Paige said, don't play all that mess.
How long are they all for total, approximately?
Would think total, if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
Star, are you copy? I'm going over.
That's his voice.
On Steel Road?
Why do we need this part with
Right.
him driving?
Why?
6170, 6160 for SOS.
Pick it up from like a second before there.
Well, this is about to occur right now.
Turn it off, Kia.
On the ground, buddy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
He didn't even tell us why. He was He didn't even tell him who he was, what was going on. He, as sad as this shit is, he didn't even announce himself. Didn't say, is he in a police car, y'all? I'm like, did he tell him why why was he, I mean.
17. Okay. And you're right. The reason why the first part is important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area. And so that the jury can see.
Okay. All right. Any objection to that?
Yeah.
Stopping at 1917.
Yes, I'm going to object because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Yeah.
Okay. Overruled.
Damn.
All right, move on to the next video, please.
I don't
At fourth.
like, my problem is I don't know police protocol, but even if he is dangerous, aren't you supposed to announce who you are? Maybe he seemed to know that it was police, but I think in his mind, I'm just walking minding my business and police come messing with me. That could have been his mindset. I'm not making excuses for it. So, I'm not making excuses for it, but I'm with I'm with Keith Adams. We can't really see what transpired past. I don't know. I don't know. It just I don't know how to feel about what happened. And then maybe because I'm the mom to a black son. And I say that because there's this negative connotation with police anyway. I'm not saying the man shouldn't have been apprehended. Just saying that he may have been like on alert that you just hopping out the car and you messing with, not messing with me. You're just hopping out the car.
Objection to that, please, Your Honor.
It's too tricky.
Overruled.
Honor?
Yes.
I'm gonna, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos, they may become cumulative as well. So
they might. That's why I'm watching them all.
Right, and so I don't want to just say I don't have any
Yeah,
objection. I
that's
believe
hard,
this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right, possibly.
It's hard. It's hard. We don't know police protocol. Well, I don't. But hopping out of a car like that, man, especially he in Cleveland. I mean, it's just too. I don't know. I don't know how.
Ready for the next one? Okay. Maybe so we don't have all the pauses when the jury's out here.
He was in police uniform. I hear that shot of red. I'm not disputing that.
Queued up.
I'm not disputing that. I don't know what even if police uniform, all that. Still, it seemed like he kept saying, "I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing nothing."
We can do something like that, and it would
before it escalated there. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel
Ms. Mistrield's going to go collect the jury notes from the investigator.
Oh, I got you shot. Yeah, but still, I feel a few ways about that video. Interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what his attorney says about that. It's gonna be really interesting to see how his attorney argues what happened. It just, I don't know. Maybe there's a different protocol when you suspect someone is armed and dangerous, and maybe they suspected he was armed and dangerous.
On an easel pad or a pad on an easel, if that could be removed as well.
That y'all collected the exhibits already, right? Yeah.
And Brian still said, "Don't forget that little pad."
So I guess that needs to get put with, I don't know which part of it was, but that needs to get put with the other evidence that was provided to Miss Winfrey, so she can have a
Nina, listen, I just ordered some wings, girl. That's probably why you saying that. It left a stain for sure, Van Hook, and I'm now interested to see, because they didn't question, the defense did not have questions for him. So it'll be interesting to see what happened.
Okay, that works.
I would just like for people to clarify some of those things just for my personal knowledge. I don't know how I would feel if someone hopped out like that on me. I don't know, India. That's another question. India, you are so right. How is this in furtherance of anything? They've got to prove that, India. 411, I definitely would have waited on my partner. Yep. They do have great wings, Catherine. Fight or flight is real. Why the guy got out on probation. Wait, Eric, he was out on probation for this? I thought he got on probation. Wait. He said he was reaching for his taser. And now what I do need clarity on, maybe y'all can help me. While he was reaching for his taser, did Eppinger take his weapon and fire it, or did Eppinger have one and fire it? Oh, me too, Faith. Do you guys know? Didn't show nothing about no taser either. He jumped up, y'all. He just was like right into action. It's sad all around for sure, Brianna. Oh, Ash. Yeah, Ash, we've been over here for almost 3 hours now, girl. In his hand at first, he didn't know Briss was armed because he was stopped. Oh, Eppinger had his hands in his pockets. Okay, y'all think he had his own. Okay. I'm wondering what was his mindset, his state of mind at the time. Did he, because stuff happened. So that happened so fast, y'all. That was in 2 minutes. If that. 7, we've been over here since I had to get off TikTok at lunch because it was freezing up. We've been over here for like 3 hours now. They said he had one. Okay, thank you, Alicia. Period, Maya. And what if he was under the influence? I'm really giving he wasn't following protocol. It happened so fast, y'all. I know that's right, Shani. It happened so fast. Why isn't this confirmed? No, Eppinger will not come to testify. Well, they're kind of talking to the officers. They're not mentioning anything Eppinger said. They're speaking to the officers.
Okay.
The environment happening should have never pulled up on him like that. I could see that too, Ariel. He's in jail. He's in jail, guys. He's the one who was dating that deputy, y'all. Remember, he gave a little card or something. I said, Lord, not you old dating this little boy in jail and he giving you birthday cards. Are they saying thug instruct? No, like y'all, I think we broke down it. Thug is always going to be tracked back to this because of that count 56 and count 1. Everything's gonna go back to him. That's why he only has those two charges. And if you look at sorry, y'all.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground!
Now, is that him running? Was that him running? Did y'all hear that? On the ground, boy. On the ground, boy. So I'm sure he probably knew it was police, but why are you pulling me over? In his mind, I haven't done anything. That was him running? Okay. Okay, y'all. This is exactly, but I guess this one shows him running.
Talking to the mic.
Sorry, that shows part of the actual shooting around, which would be different than what's seen on the body cam.
All right, that's certainly different.
It is. It is different.
And there's no.
I didn't see it day.
And I realize I'll watch all 4 of them and determine the cumulative objections. But
Same objection.
okay. So
hold on, y'all. Just put the phone down if y'all didn't want to see this. I'm sorry, but they just said something. I was trying to go back and see it. Never mind, y'all, because I think I went up. Okay, here's another one. It's okay. I'll watch it. I'm gonna watch it off camera. I don't want to put y'all through that again. Oh shit, y'all probably didn't hit play. My bad, y'all. Yeah, Miss Vanna. Vanna, I'm sorry. Oh, he's in the police car.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
And what is that showing?
So that just shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So
Oh,
what
hell.
happens immediately before? And then the two cars. So what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle.
He's in an unmarked
So what
car.
happens is Officer Rogers goes in to apprehend him, and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from
Sorry,
Officer
y'all.
Johnson?
Sergeant William Johnson.
Sorry. I think the person who was hit was in the first car. His partner is right behind him in the second car. Is that what you guys are seeing? I think because that's what it sounds like to me. I had it backwards. Let's go back because I see people confused. Let's go back. Let's go back just a tad. No, not that far back.
Not cumulative is between the body cam and that.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
And what is that showing?
So that just shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before? And then the two cars. So what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle.
Okay.
So what happens is Officer Rogers goes in to apprehend him, and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from Officer Johnson?
Sergeant William Johnson, yes, you are.
Or Sergeant Johnson?
Yes, you are.
Can't he just say, and I followed right behind him in a second car?
Right.
He can. This was just
Okay,
evidence
we
of
don't
that.
need this video.
Thank you. That's one thing.
All right, show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video, Your Honor. This is
Oh,
the,
so there are 5 videos then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is surveillance.
Y'all hear Paige? Paige Tad. No, he was in the police car, guys. His partner was in the unmarked car.
And Your Honor, this will just start at the beginning.
Man, I hate Thug wrapped up in this because why he gotta be the blame for this situation?
And you're looking at the furthest portion of the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Johnson, that's his partner. Who will testify as well.
Oh, goodness.
Oh God.
I have to start over because, all right. If you look towards the back of the video.
All right, so that shows the other officer's location and interaction
Yes,
with
Your Honor.
Eppinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on that? And there's no sound, right?
No sound on this, Your Honor.
All right, that one's in it without objection, and then, well, it will be. And then the apprehension.
Mm. That's true, Key. I'm really interested to see what his attorney does with this case as far as handling his defense. I'm really interested to see. She won't end it, Renee. We know that. Really interested to see. I'm so interested in watching this, what the protocol was. It was so quick. But are they trying to insinuate that there was an interaction before this interaction where they told him, like, hey, you have a warrant, this is trying to happen, I mean, this needs to happen? Are they trying to insinuate that by saying the other officer's interaction with Mr. Eppinger? I've got questions, and they haven't been answered.
This will be the longest of the video.
Alicia, I saw a little clip. I'm going to watch the full thing on my YouTube, though. I'm sure he will be, y'all. He's still the front one.
There are 3 mail cars going down the west runway. So that's going to the west side. So yeah, 20 units on that side and what? You guys just let me know if you want
inside this apartment. How many you got? I'm gonna swing across. You cover that window, okay? I'm gonna stay right here, all right?
And this guy should have came to get him. Four o'clock, Alicia. Oh, he went home?
Step out. Yeah. Step out. Get her. Get her. Go get her.
Damn.
Is anybody else in here? Hey, I'm gonna take a spot, bro. I'm gonna take a spot, all right? All right, ready? Move. Come downstairs. Anybody in the apartment, come downstairs. Come on, y'all. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Cover this window for me, man. I'm wide open. Straight to the back. Right-hand side. And we need to know what door. We're on the back. They said he went out. Right hand side. In the back on the right hand side. Christian. What's his name? Christian Eppinger. McKesson. I got no bit. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro. Yeah, go to apartment 17. Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something. Hannah, switch places. Switch out one part. Switch up here. Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something. Looking at the building from the front. All right across. Is that correct? Up here. I want you up here on point. Yeah. Christian Eppinger. Copy that. We have an officer on the back corner. We got one more with him. If you hear me, I want you up here. Show me your hands and come out your hands in the air, sir. Christian, I know you hear my voice.
Oh my God.
Come on out with your hands in the air. You talking real low. 2491. What's his last name? Christian Eppinger! It's the Atlanta Police Department. We know you're inside. Come out with your hands out.
The fact this boy ran home.
We have the place surrounded. Do not make this hard. Christian, come out. All right, let me see your hands. Hands first. Crawl. 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 No, sir. Crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh, God. Shut up.
Get on your belly. Get on your belly.
How he gonna come down the damn steps on his belly?
On your belly. On your belly. Okay. On your belly. Crawl backwards. Crawl backwards. 6'7", 6'7". Hey, crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come, hey, come, we don't want to shoot you. Listen to me. I want you to crawl backwards. Take the rope. Christian, get on your belly.
Oh my God.
You got one more time. Step out here. We don't want to kill you. Step out. Step out, Christian. Nobody wants to shoot you, son.
He yelling at.
Listen, Christian. Hold on, guys. Look at me, son.
Oh my God.
Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here. Let me call my mama. Christian. All right, y'all feel comfortable? Yeah. Okay. Who's taking stairs? You got stairs.
Now why is he asking for them to kill him? Oh my God. That boy didn't want to do that. He didn't want to do that.
Cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular neighborhood and community, and this shows
I hate this case.
That type of inference that officers are harass individuals in that community, given what happened on this day where Mr. Evans is alleged to have shot a cop. These officers were tried to get him out in a way that was.
Man, y'all know what? I knew this heifer was finna pull this. She wants to use this video to show that basically what she's saying, y'all, they could have unalived him if they wanted to, and they didn't. So this video proves that what the defense has been saying is not true. I'm really holding back my tears. What bothers me is people who look like us that's trying this case. Like, as a mom with a black son who will probably be big at some point. I don't even want to talk about what he's done, because whatever. Did y'all hear that boy saying, just end my life? Just do it. Just do it. Just end my life. First of all, y'all, he clearly, his brain ain't developed. He ran straight home. He ran straight home after he did it. And what did he ask to do? He said, can I call my mama? Can I call my mama? Is what this boy asked to do. Like, I really, in my heart of hearts, I don't think he meant to do that to the officer after seeing the video. He got down. I mean, him saying just end it because he knew his life was over after that too. Man, that probably took him 10 seconds, if that, to do, and ended his life. Like, that boy ended. Y'all know I'm a crybaby, so I'm sorry for crying on here.
Was keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete to some of the inferences of how officers respond in this community. So
that's Simone.
A little more specific about what kind of inferences and
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a line of cross-examination.
Okay, well, their trial didn't start with testimony until January.
No, it started in November. Our testimony we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay.
Oh my God.
Sorry, my bad.
That's okay. So there were officers that initially we talked about a lot of drug cases that were happening in this neighborhood, and there were cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focus on this Black community. No one, I mean, essentially that no one, they primarily harass in this community. I can't remember. I remember there were certain officers that were questioned with that line of question. I believe even maybe Investigator McKessie may have been questioned in that manner, because he testified earlier as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community, because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams that respond to high crime area. And there were questions about the fact that in this community, police just police this community, overly police the community. And so given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect of that, especially given on the day that this occurred, their interaction with Mr.
She is really arguing that the police they very well could have unalived him. This is what she's arguing. They're actually trained not to. They're trained to apprehend him and bring him in so that he could face trial. Like she wants this to be proven that they did their damn job. Like this got to be this lady is out of her mind. They did their job. They are not trained to unalive a person who is willing to come into custody. At this point, the boy ran home. He like, okay, just take me. I'm trying to come down and say, she's really in this court arguing that we're going to use this video to show that they could have unalived him and they didn't do it. This got to be
Your Honor.
Man, this got to be crazy.
That is a complete mischaracterization of the testimony and the cross-examination that came out. First of all, what's happening in this video is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different from what the prosecutor is talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not with the previous court.
Oh, she drinking water
about
like
the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run, and there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that. Specific to that. This video has nothing whatsoever to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger is accused of committing, for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing of relevance to what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm going to rule it out under 403.
Thank you.
Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's.
And I'm going to withdraw my cumulative objection.
Okay, all right, so let's get the jury out and let's get through these. What is it, 3 witnesses? Do you think we can get through them by 5-ish or 5:30? Yeah. Well, let's just get started. All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand. And
I'm gonna tell y'all something.
Are you showing them?
Y'all know what pisses me off the most? Y'all know I hate when a person is, you hear one side of a story and you have this preconceived notion, because I've seen some of the things of Mr. Eppinger. I know he's probably not the best person, but then you see something like this video and it makes you feel bad for that very person that you were just saying, oh no, he needs to be in jail. Y'all hate when that happens. I really hate when that happens because, and I think all of us are probably guilty of this at some point. Our failure to sometimes see the human, what is the word I'm looking for? Our failure to humanize people or criminals or perceived criminals. This right here, this was hard.
With this witness or another witness?
This is hard.
All right.
Oh, Key, don't take it back. You can still feel bad, Key. Hilton, if I could say the F word on here, I'd say it. But y'all know what Miss Love said to my good girl Kayla. I'm saying the same thing, baby. Miss Hilton was wrong for that. Girl, I could see Mr. Abadi trying to get up there and say that. But you, Miss Hilton, why would they use the black girl to say that? I mean, she know ain't no lie about what happens in the hood and the police and how it work. It's no lie. You think he already had his weapon now, Key? I'm gonna have to watch that again. Hilton gets no passes for me. Jaleesa, me either. Me either. She gets no passes for me. Selling out. Selling out. At some point, you got to do this stuff with integrity, guys. Excuse me, you got to lose fair and square.
Thank you. All right. Those two exhibits are admitted over objection, and you can proceed. Yes, you may.
I can see that, the chef. Okay, thank you, Key. Key says he had his weapon, y'all. It wasn't his taser. That's what Key said. So look at the video. They're about to play it. See if y'all see it. Oop, the Carlos said that the Carlos. Okay, y'all. Look at his hand, y'all. Let's see. And we're going to begin at 18:04.
He's on the way. $61.70, $61.60 for SOS. On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. I ain't did nothing. What's that? 3637 on Hayville.
They look like firearms, though. From the ones I've seen, they look like a little firearm. Y'all think that's what it is? Hold on. The taser is yellow.
And we're going to stop the plan at 1908. Next round, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1SS.
Okay. Maybe the defense will ask. Okay, y'all. Y'all know I roll with the majority. Y'all saying y'all think it was his firearm. Oh, Brittany, we've been over here for 3 hours, friend. Sorry, Brianna.
On the ground. On the ground.
Department, body camera department. Department, body camera department is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate as best you can tell.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time, true?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer. So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, I saw
right.
it.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
All right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me, the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? You agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'd agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Okay.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear
Do y'all see what Keith is doing?
more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
With Eppinger, you mean?
That's
No,
right.
I didn't see anyone. No.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid, Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, out of this guy, Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man, no, sir.
Okay. All right.
They did come in for him, Dream. They came in for Eppinger. They were looking for him. He had a warrant.
Would you agree with me? And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get out on the ground, did you hear Eppinger saying, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing"?
Yes, I heard something to
All right.
what you said, right?
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, this verbiage, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing," it appears that he is, you don't say "I don't do nothing" to someone who's not a cop. Right? I withdraw it. I withdraw. All right.
Hilton on alert, baby. She can't have another.
I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears. Okay. Video.
All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right. Any other defense attorneys questions for this witness?
Good job.
Any redirect?
He just needs
No
to
redirection,
separate
Your Honor.
this
All right,
from
thank you
Thug.
for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Yeah, he just needs to separate Thug from this. That's why he said, was there anybody else around? Were there any large groups around? Because there no gang made him do this. No Rico made him act like this. He was acting on his own. Yeah, Rita, those babies, that was hard to watch. Mm-hmm. Look at Mr. Body. I know they tagged. Yep, Shayla, you are correct.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State and spell the first and last name for the court's knowledge.
William, William Johnson, Johnsson.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
Okay. And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
We might be behind. I'm about to skip.
It's hard to say because there's
I'm gonna put us on point where they are.
Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediate. Like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio, so I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you
ATF and also with the FBI.
I had to go back.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
I know what you're talking about, India.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
It's hard for me to do.
And back in 2022,
I don't know how to do it on my laptop.
Was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7th, 2022?
I did.
All right. And let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, I'm sorry.
No, you're sorry.
The vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala. And I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. The So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I end up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator that said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chambly.
And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno.
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No. So when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is that 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And you said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation.
Right.
Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediate. Like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio, so I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
Hey!
What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby. And that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what, if anything, occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in an undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was going to just give up.
Speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around.
The fact that we just spent $68 to DoorDash food from freaking Dixie Queen, okay? And talking about she gave our food to a man. Ain't no damn man in my house. See, I told y'all the literacy rate in Memphis is like 4%, okay? And the baby can't read because we clearly gave her an address. You should have checked that address before you gave some man my $68 to Dixie Queen. And I'm in South Memphis. So somebody is happy that they got my damn food right now.
Right, he's just kind of glued forward, and obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands. He's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happened, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but
hey, you know I ain't getting my food.
I didn't expect him to.
And let me ask you said you were looking at him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Look, they happy, Caitlin. Get the DoorDash credits back, get a refund.
Now, once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What, did anything happen?
So, and this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him.
Sorry, y'all, update. She walks to a random house with boxes of food, talking about, did y'all order DoorDash? We are in Memphis. Everybody ain't like Melanie. Y'all know what the man said? Yeah, he ordered no damn DoorDash. But we in Memphis, I don't expect nothing less, but I do expect you to look at the order. What he gonna say? No, that ain't our food. No, I'm in South Memphis. We love Dixie Queen.
Repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what, if anything, did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
Okay. And when you said engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what, if anything, happened?
He started shooting back at me.
Now you understand talking about engage with Eppinger. No, call it for what it was. You fired your weapon at him. Why is he talking about engage?
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
Bye, Caleb.
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to.
And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers, were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers is in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all of the injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we We just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and investigator and Officer Rogers?
Y'all want to go knock on my neighbor's door and ask.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the surveillance video accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS. Is that the video that you watched today?
It is.
Did there appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted.
Right, that's why I can't stand people in Memphis. He probably was like, yeah, why you take so long? I don't expect nothing less from South Memphis. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Baby, I don't expect anything less. When Mariah walked back here, I can't even be mad.
And Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur as we're looking at the surveillance video? And have a laser.
Speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
Listen, I'm gonna blame Mariah Key. I'm gonna blame him. Tell baby, you are not in the suburbs.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, when I ordered, I did. I was looking at their movements because I knew I was in Memphis. I was
ducking.
Yes.
Mariah doesn't know any better, y'all. She left here when she was real young.
In the grassy area.
Your kids half raised
Where
it.
that red car is in that grassy area.
I ain't gonna even say that. Mariah ain't really lived in South
And I'm
Memphis.
going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute.
She don't know no better, y'all. This little suburban child.
At some point, did you have to talk to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
And Jaleesa.
I have no further questions. All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
Yep, I want to know why he was at that store stalking those men, talking about they crowded his car. What else happened? I love Dixie Queen. I hate your
Good
brother.
afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day. Okay.
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD. I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True?
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to the ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Officer asked for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there's a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video, or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment
Yes.
complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Other officers were called in and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
Right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. He was by himself though at that time.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes. Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out and you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Hey, you know what he meant. Great job, Keith.
Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up effecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I just have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
What?
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with a group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to go out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No, and that's not normally the case where one officer would have been affecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
Right.
we should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand. But you all had huddled at some point prior to that day
He
about
lied.
this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Great job,
Any other
Matthews.
questions?
Because now the jury's
No.
thinking,
All right.
why
Is there
wasn't
anybody
it?
around?
Why weren't there more
Go ahead.
officers?
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
Dangerous.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Come on.
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Durante Beebe?
Sustained.
Okay.
All right, Hilton, you better tread lightly.
On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else
Yeah,
aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Yes.
As a investigator within a gang unit, did you find that sometimes
I'm going to object to
Right.
he's not being qualified, and there will be no foundation from to answer this.
Something.
It's also
gonna go down
cause
a
for
slippery slope.
speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
Exactly.
I don't know what the question is going to be.
I do
it may
say
be that it
she finna ask
sustained
if
to
it's
leading,
normal for gang members.
but the rest of them.
as a member,
Yeah,
and
rephrase your question and let me consider it.
as an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Objection, relevance.
Cause what? Girl! Now you embarrassed yourself. Now the jury think you're stupid. I know she wasn't about to try to pull that, y'all. And whoever called me loud earlier, I hope your phone down because I know I'm loud right
Of course,
now.
indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
Girl, go sit down. Hang it up. Hang it up.
I think did you know of Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And do you know Durante Beebe through your work in the gang?
As to relevance, Your Honor.
Come on.
You're right, I can approach.
What you doing? Okay. Okay, Hilton. You already on the slippery slope, baby. Let me skip ahead, guys. See if they back.
He's not qualified to answer this question.
Durante Beebe.
Yes.
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
Yes.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And let me ask you, based on your training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
Object again, he has not been qualified, and he's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
Because now she want to say,
How many
they have a
years of training have you had as a member of the gang unit?
Throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings intel meetings, information meetings. We have formal training, probably
Bro, she
amassed
is
100 hours or so
what
of
did it say?
formal gang training.
Okay. And did you also get on the job training just
Okay, yeah. What would it say? She on her knees begging at this point. Cause ain't no way she trying to correlate being a member of this. This is just ain't no way.
being
She doing it. She doing it, y'all.
I'm gonna allow that.
Did you also receive on the job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes.
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
Yes.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object again. False for expert testimony. He's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object to him being allowed to answer any of these questions.
Based on his knowledge, training, and experience.
Overruled.
What are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
And when you say do violence, is
Look at
shooting
this.
an act of violence?
Yes.
And specifically shooting at a cop, is that an act of violence?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Any recross?
She worked it in now. She worked it in. I don't know why I just cannot. Y'all know, like, I'm looking at her with disgust.
Sergeant Johnson, are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rogers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both. It could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
Or it could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
Yes.
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland.
And
I just
you
asked
know
about the
that.
apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about somebody named Durante Beebe.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Durante Beebe in that video?
Come on.
In the surveillance video, he
Yeah.
wasn't in it.
No
He wasn't
way.
there, right?
No.
Right.
Okay. And so when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Bye, Hilton. Bye,
You
girl.
hear him? Did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
No, I haven't had any audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on, and you saw him trying to get away from Rogers and shooting at Rogers, you hear him shout out anything like, "Hey, this is for YSL"? Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say this is for YSL. That's not how this works.
Right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Sustained, but it came out.
Bottom line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and
Period,
Officer Rogers
kid.
tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rogers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Baby,
Right,
kid ate him up.
Anybody else?
I thought Miss Hilton had me. I thought
Okay.
Miss Hilton.
All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused.
Go.
Was there one more witness? Or, okay. Call your next witness.
And my man, what we say, thank you to my man. Yeah. Oh my God. Y'all, Keith ate him up right there. What he say? What's ridiculous is you trying to tell somebody what somebody else is thinking. Yeah, get him off the stand. Man, the defense on they bully today, okay? The defense is on they bully today. I ain't even mad about my wings, okay? Come on. Listen. Dang, baby. She tried. She tried.
My name is Sergeant Stephen McKessie. Last name spelled Mckesey.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6, keeping a watch.
And how long have you been supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 evening watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors
You
prior
did?
to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, of last year, can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year, 22 years. This year, it'd be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit. I also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case?
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta Police jurisdiction. Our job was to locate and arrest those wanted fugitives.
And back in October of 2021, can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Eppinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the City of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on the subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some of the affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I will do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for the locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately, were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you receive that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we'll try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were going over the strategy with your team members, did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street when I received a call.
Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my response is effect on listening.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, it was Investigator Starno, to try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, well, I heard on the radio a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I'll call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And was that location 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland, are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a wide perimeter in an area. We tried to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. All of a sudden, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number, 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location. We called them out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors when you did that, or when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35D?
At first he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name. I tried to get him, de-escalated, tell him they come out with your hands in the air, gave him directions so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we'll just put him in handcuffs, everything be good. But it took a while.
Okay. And you said it took a while. Did he, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated?
Yes, he did.
And
look at Miss Hilton, y'all.
Once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger is placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to put a state's exhibit, I think it's 18B.
Yeah, I still don't understand why we had all these meetings about this man. The warrant was for armed robbery, and why one officer felt that that was the right thing to do. And when you go to apprehend him, one person. Not only that, the officer who says he was at Chevron, it was 8 to 10 people surrounding his vehicle. That alone would have probably made me say, hey, we're going to apprehend him. He's around this many people. Why is it just one officer? It's not making sense.
Previously been admitted into evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us, how quickly we can get it up.
Oh, yeah, she crying, y'all.
And in State's Exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within
a baby?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, I know it's not really clear, but do you see the mark on the cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations and seeing him in person, can you tell the jurors what is that mark? What is it?
YSL tattoo.
It's actually cute.
Any further questions?
Questions to this witness?
None. No questions.
It's your dookie.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are
I like that little tattoo. It's actually cute. Small.
And I think that takes us to the end of today. So I will remind you all, as I do fairly frequently,
I know
that
Miss
you
so
need to
ready to get
decide
out
this
there.
case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So please do not in any way absorb or observe any kind of coverage or social media commentary or news or anything about this case or anybody involved in it. And do not talk to anybody about this case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach our jury deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Don't talk about this, baby. They in that break room right now. To my girl, what happened, baby? They ready to get home so they can see why they had to disregard Dennis. They gonna be up in the chat, y'all. India, because they do. They gonna be in the chat. Do y'all remember when y'all said for me to go upload and tell TikTok I was on over here on YouTube? Tell me why I said 83%. By the time them people said we gonna be way off, we gonna be off. Malaysia, I think his testimony was simply just to show they apprehended him. It was
all right. Is there anything that anybody needs to put on the
state better not
record
have a thing.
this evening before we break?
The state better not have a thing. I know they quiet.
Your Honor, based on the confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just gonna remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hilton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls.
Jail
And
calls for cell phone.
right. And of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to be clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet?
Miss Hilton ready to get out of there.
That's it? That's it is the investigator Viverito jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else? You're going to need to let me just the Antonio Sumlin audio.
My understanding, there was two things for Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was 2 different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin. And I think the other thing for Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hilton?
I need to look back. I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that will be contingent upon whether or not what he says here is the impeachment or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see investigator Viverito and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with still?
Key, I need to read it today. I said I was going to read it on YouTube, but I probably start a new live or something in this stream and start a new one because I do need to read Ashley's letter.
Yes.
I'm
sorry, Birchie.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos.
Ooh, okay, Malaysia. Let me get it. In fact, while we talking, I need to get the letter. I can have it. can't wait. I love Ashley.
Your Honor, there's some discussion trying amongst my colleagues. That's why I'm not answering.
All right. Well, while they're discussing,
Yes, I
I'm
do.
gonna
And
ask
that's why I'm
the
gonna pull it up.
state, have y'all had the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate date for her that you plan to pull, Arnold?
Nope.
I need to confirm with our investigator, see if he sent the message. We have the date. Let me just confirm if he emailed her.
Okay. And that's going to be more than just confirming the day. That's also going to be, y'all are going to need to get with her and hammer out whether
Period page
and the scope of any kind of an immunity order.
Yes,
All right. Okay. Let me know that in the morning if you don't mind.
Miss Hilton, maybe you recall the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house. We objected to those. I believe 2 of them were, one of them, the drone is just sitting on the floor. The other one,
definitely litigated that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the outcome was of that.
Yes, Your Honor. We told the court and defense counsel that we will get a video that has just the relevant portions, and it might be a spliced together video, but we will get to them the relevant portions of the body.
Hey, my girl sounds.
I mean, not the body cam.
That's
the
still
drone.
outstanding. Then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, when we get that, we'll take a look and let
And
the
when,
court know.
when do you plan to provide that?
Too many questions for her.
If we can just get till maybe next Wednesday, I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hilton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right. Could y'all all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last 2 portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay.
To Carlos. Y'all, where did that come from? You left me for dead. Where did it come from? She drained, and then you can feel.
Yeah.
By Arnold's counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity being necessary and things of that nature. But we will still get with Ms.
Okay. Well, you saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right? Okay. Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but that's you. She has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be. And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand. And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out.
They don't want to do that on camera.
Okay.
They don't want to do that on camera. Oh, okay. You're right about that. That piece.
And so for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are going to look like?
Yeah.
I know we had to kind of jump to some people today, but are tomorrow's witnesses going to be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list? All right. Well, hopefully. He said definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right. And one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember.
Why is the date
maybe a
secret?
funeral. I can't
Because
remember,
they
but
probably
for some
lying.
good reason. And they're going to need to leave
Yes!
by 4 tomorrow. So we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay?
Your Honor.
And then you will have those, whatever responses you're going to make to the 3 outstanding motions in limine tomorrow for the court. And of course, next week's.
Karma, we've been over here, girl.
Yes, Sean.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again. But it's still looking to me like, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays, but that's very, very ambitious. So just continue to the extent you can to streamline this case. Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning. Thanks.
Thank y'all. Because listen, I need to see. Hold on. Let me ask Mariah. Yeah, hold on. Court's over. So hold on. We gonna chat. Let me switch. Hold up. I'm gonna add this up. Okay. They can't. Can they see you? Can y'all see Mariah?
Because look at it.
I don't know if y'all can see Mariah. She finally up, y'all.
You say
Thank you, Kelly. Today was exciting, y'all. Before we went through our other recap, I told Mariah, I told her I was gonna put her on the live. They said you need to be waiting at the street for our food.
I'm gonna get him this time.
I told you I forgive my baby. I don't think she fully grasps Memphis life.
Yes, I do. It's just like you be trying to have faith in people. They just disappoint you every time. That was some stupid stuff. Who would do something that stupid?
Mariah had our food. Well, we can't blame you. I did tell you.
No. I used to always check up. I'd be like, oh, I'm this the house I'm in. Like I be having to specify.
Oh wait,
but they did some dumb stuff.
Kirsten, you must see her comments. Clock it.
We fighting. We not even
clock
cuddling.
it.
No, not
clock it, Kirsten. Because y'all know Mariah loves to hate on Barchi. She loves to talk about.
Y'all don't see her biting me. Like
she loves to talk about how she doesn't like Barchi and Barchi gets on her nerves and all of this and here we go. She said no because why she turned.
Did they say twins? Twins.
Oh my god. I'm trying to see. India. No, I told her she was. They said Barchi is definitely a handful. Oh, India, don't do that. Don't do that, y'all. We need a thirsty.
Y'all look the same age. I look my mom's age. What do you mean?
What is Thirsty Thursday?
What does that mean?
We look. I hope that I look real young.
I hope so, because if it's the other way around, I'm gonna have to report your account.
Girl, they said you look your age, girl.
Okay,
It's okay.
I was really scared. I really didn't want to report you.
They said Barchi be in the back barking and all. She does. She does. Y'all know Barchi. One thing about my dog, she gonna bark. And y'all, they like what
is it? Thirsty Thursday?
Like WTF? Oh, thank you, DeCarlos, because I was like Thirsty Thursdays. I'm gonna need an explanation about that. Well, I do. Mariah, tell me thank you. Let me put the comment up, and then let's have you tell me thank you.
What comment? Because you covering if that's what you're trying to show me.
It's right here.
Oh, you put it up.
Tell me thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Say, Mom, thank you for your jeans.
I just said thanks.
How do you feel about TikTok calling you YSL male? I don't feel any way about it. I didn't know that was a thing until we were on live, and
thank you.
They were like,
hey,
Mel,
y'all.
I searched your name, and this is what came up. And I was like, why would that come up? Like, I didn't say that. And then I just saw that. But it's any person who talks about YSL. So it's not just me.
And the reason that name is why she on the watch list, y'all. You know they be watching you. Then y'all got the same. See, you too deep in it.
We got to make this our last conversation. Because that bothered my soul. I'm still bothered by that. We call merchant YSL Barbie. That's so cute.
They said we gonna rock
Lawyer Barbie.
Good.
Oh, I love that. I love Lawyer Barbie. Why do y'all put? Never mind. Love knows she gonna have to falsify some evidence now after today. Let me tell y'all. Today was definitely a it was a day today, y'all. I enjoyed today. I'm sorry. I was telling Mariah because she wasn't there when I was when everything was happening. I said, girl, court was so good today. So where you been? They said not Mariah on the YSL YouTube. So where you been? You need to message me or some girl, because now you been MIA. Did you change your TikTok or something? Ain't never seen Boys in the Hood. No, I don't think Mariah. I don't think she's ever seen that.
I have watched it.
You watched it before?
Time ago, though.
Really?
I don't like it.
What did you think about it? Let's ask Mariah. Maybe she could be an expert. Me too, India. They say he's sick, or the last time he was at a funeral or something.
Oh,
Mariah.
Stinky.
They said, Mariah, they stole your food, girl.
I already knew that. This happened in Jackson. This happened in Atlanta. It don't even matter, y'all. It's not because I'm in Memphis. It's just like my luck. My food always gets took, and then DoorDash be thinking I'm lying.
It's on Netflix. South Central is on Tubi. I don't like watching movies like that. Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society. The endings were terrible.
It's stuff like that.
It was
it's
real life, but I don't like watching.
It's a one-time thing, like Players Club. Well, that's a one-time watch too.
Key. That's what I was about to say. She said she saw it, so now I guess we're gonna make her an expert. I guess she's an expert. Do you think you're an expert on games now? Could you be an expert?
No, I don't want nothing to do no games.
What you've seen the movies though?
Yeah, I've seen the movie. I've seen a couple of movies.
The detective today, he testified that because he has watched Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, he can, in his own life, he can be an expert.
No, I don't. I ain't never gonna call me no expert, nothing.
Oh, India.
I never watched Menace to Society though. I ain't like Boys.
And that is why, Lord Jesus, I can't. No, I can't watch that movie. Kane was trying to change his life. I can't watch it. Hold on, let me see if Susu responded, because I haven't seen my girl. I'm locked. Adios. What? No, Susu, I'm sorry.
I know who it is that locked her out.
Who?
Them people in that trial.
The people that tried Susu Morales said they locked you out. What I'm lying about, Nisha?
Her about to cry.
YSL mail in Mississippi further than the
A
notoriety.
cartel expert. Y'all, what is that? Oh, I want to watch
Yes,
Snowfall.
North Philly.
It look good.
I love Snowfall. Nisha, why you say I'm lying, girl? Colors was deep. I don't know if I remember Colors. I'm scared to watch it, y'all. I don't want to be anybody's I don't want to be anybody's expert.
Oh, she trying to buy me for real.
They probably will, Brittany, but
Oh,
will they be able to?
One time watch too. I watched in 5th grade. I
When
think,
they
and
see
I cried
us?
my eyes out with all the
The
5,
oh
6
yeah,
in New York.
I saw them. I saw that. That was a sad one too.
That I cried my eyes out.
Yo, me either, India. I don't think I've seen Colors before.
She finna get off me. I'm about to push her.
What's she doing? I don't think I've seen Colors before. Still trying to figure out how he's zeroed in on African American. Malaysia, Detective Dennis, but Hilton have both said things today to me that as an African American themselves, they should really be ashamed of.
Get off me. You just no bye.
They should really be ashamed. We know how we're India. How to watch Colors. Girl, Mickey, get off the chat. Get off the chat, Mickey. Why are we talking about the color purple?
The color purple.
Mickey. India, yeah. I googled the book. It don't exist. Somebody googled and said something about Biggie and Tupac.
I really want to find that man.
Which man? Oh, I said I should go ask which neighbor
That's
it
what
is.
I said. That's what I told her. She didn't want to say it, but she couldn't spell.
Y'all, Mickey talking about the color purple. Get Mickey, because Mickey normally on point, but I don't know what's going on. He right. 403 for Mickey. The Color Purple is one of my favorite movies. And if you have not read the book, please go read the book. The book is even better than the movie. The book, which I didn't like the newer Color Purple. I think it was too much singing for me. I didn't really like it. But I don't like I've seen it. It's cool, but I wouldn't watch it again. But I will say the movie, that second one, tried to get closer to the book as far as the relationship with Suge and Whoopi's character, Suge Avery and Celie. I'm sorry, because in the movie you just kind of like, oh dang, she just left Suge, but in the book it does kind of seem like they had a relationship.
And I hate musicals.
The book was really good. I know it's a music. It is a musical. Yeah, I think what you guys are telling me, it was so much singing because it was a musical. I'm aware of that. I just didn't like it. Wait. Is Dreamgirls a musical?
Yes.
Love Dreamgirls. So I won't say I hate musicals. I just didn't like that one. I don't know if it was the songs or what, but Dreamgirls, don't put that on around me. I could quote almost every part. Kind of Mariah. I listen to that. I listen to that soundtrack all the time.
On a road trip, like that'd be so annoying, so inconsiderate.
Yeah, the remake. It was perfection. Now y'all got to claim Miss Hilton. Y'all in Yankee. They didn't need to redo that. Where is Love? Susu, we don't know. Susu, Miss Love, I don't know what's going on, Miss Love, Susu. And Hilton graduated from Howard. Miss Hilton was real.
Oh, get away from me. What
trying to use that video as a way to show that the police could have killed him and didn't. She was wrong for that. India, they said Miss Love somewhere in them slingbacks pissed.
Really that bad?
Who?
What's her name?
Which person? Miss Love? Yeah. You should have seen it when Moontunk was on the stand. Love was on the Zoom, her and Funny. Probably so. Love singing the Color Purple song, Rico. Y'all, okay. So I'm gonna do y'all want to do, because I'm gonna get off. I've been on here for 4.5 hours. So I'm gonna get off. And but before I do, I'm gonna let y'all come in and we could talk about court. Probably so, Key. Just remember, y'all, because it's quite a few of us on here. Wait, can y'all tell me where my likes at on YouTube right now?
You can't see them.
No, I have to always ask. Can you guys tell me where the likes are at the moment?
I told her that too, y'all. I be telling her all the time because I only use TikTok.
Robert, it's not a neglecting. I was over here at lunchtime and they were like, just stay on. So I have taken notes. So I'm going to go back. Okay, thank you, KSW. I'm going to go back and upload my videos for TikTok. But I have taken notes to update people who are just there too. But we've been watching court live and I'm really happy I was live today. A lot of stuff popped off. Mickey, where are you talking about? Where them 6 people at? Thank you, guys. Cara, I thought they said it was the 18th. What's today? Oh my God, yeah, my baby's birthday is in 3 days. Today was very eventful, India. Okay, y'all put the link in. If y'all don't want to come up, that's fine too, because I'll just end the live.
Are we supposed to be doing the Q&A right now?
No, I'm gonna go on TikTok and we'll do it.
Oh, okay.
Bunny is not worried about this trial. Y'all, so did y'all see that Nathan Wade has been in front of the Senate? He had the Senate hearing. It's been too much going on, y'all. It's been too much going on. But I am Key probably in a few hours because it's 5. It's 4 where I am. I'll probably do I'm gonna come back and do the letters. But I need to prep myself. I need to read the letters beforehand so I'm not on live embarrassing myself reading. So I do need to read the letters and have an understanding of what's going on so that we can go over them. Okay, Karma. Okay, guys, remember we're going to do 2 minutes in case there are more people that want to come up. And please, we'll limit the curse words. I think ass and shit is okay, but don't say like MF, F, N-word. Let's not do that. I didn't say it. I said MF.
No, I was asking.
I don't know, but I just try not to. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. First of all, cousin, before I start, so are we coming back here tomorrow? Because I was waiting on you on TikTok. I asked you what we was having for breakfast. You said you was making some cereal. You was being lazy. And here I am refreshing. You're not here. So before I say anything, are we doing half TikTok in the morning and we're coming over here in the afternoon? We need to get that established first.
We do need to get that established. As of now, my plan is to keep doing like I normally do, and that's just update on TikTok. What happened was on my lunchtime live, it was lagging real bad, and I got on YouTube, and then we just kind of stayed. So charge it to my head, not my heart today. But I try not to do the lives so I can do TikTok videos, but I really enjoy the lives too. So
I do too. So if we gonna do it after lunch, you need to let me know because I get out of that long crime chat, cousin. Because Vera keep following us. So if I need to come over here with cousins, you let me know. So that's first and foremost. Make a decision and let us know on the TikTok what we're doing for our day.
I got you. And I did do a video. I'm gonna make sure. They were telling me we were probably like 3 hours in. They like, Mel, go let TikTok know you're over here on YouTube. And I upload a video that took an hour to upload. So I got it. Wait a minute. I have to address India. India said the chat be lit. I love y'all so much, but y'all really clown today in this chat. Y'all really clown today in this chat. And please don't say that name, Key. I'm not even gonna put your video up because I don't want her to pop up in my live. But yes, ma'am. Hey, girl.
Okay. Hey, girl. So I really just wanted to talk about Invent today to y'all about how disgusted I was at Hilton as far as how she displayed hip hop with this expert and how she very much just kind of circumvented our culture to just being gang violence only, as if we don't have conscious rappers, as if storytelling isn't a part of hip hop. And if you so happen to be in a gang, then yeah, that's your story. But it is not exclusive to violence only, nor is that the elements of hip hop. So the fact that she brought on this person who had no literary analysis, probably couldn't tell you a Kendrick Lamar double entendre if he tried.
Say it again. Okay.
To sit here and try to make this connection that these lyrics are somehow important to this case, which they have yet to really streamline that either. I was just very disappointed from her coming from a D9, Howard, like the way they have even presented and placed this on the record, like placed this in front of millions of people to see that is the way that we want to circumvent this idea of hip hop, which only goes into the stereotypes that white media has been doing for years.
Come on.
It was other ways you can do this. And this was just a low hanging fruit strategy and tactic that ultimately backfired, got everything stricken. Right. But I was very disappointed in her strategy as far as just discussing our culture in this. That really was just like, and she looked cute today. I actually liked her outfit and her. I did. I thought this was one of her best days. It was cute.
Good.
She looked good.
And not only did she look good, my girl seemed to actually be prepared. Like, okay, y'all, my food is here. Mariah at the door, but she looked good, Karma. I felt like she seemed so confident. I mean, even when she was prepping everything, it really felt like she came ready. Like she was, it was this aura about her today, right?
Yes.
It just all went to.
And I really thought we were going to get a different Hilton now that Love is out of the picture. It has felt like a different courtroom with Love's minimum presence here, right? So I was really at least hoping that Hilton was going to be able to explain this case better now that Love has been out of the picture. Do I think they have a case? No, but I would have liked to see it better displayed and better presented now that Love has taken a step back this week for whatever reason that is. And it was just very disappointing today that this was your so-called expert. And from my understanding, you're not going to be able to represent this evidence. There is no other new experts you can come in this late in the game. So that overt act is done. I don't think you drove it, and it's done. So now I don't get it.
I'm wondering, they still hadn't ruled if they're going to strike the overt act, because that's
for
something else.
We don't know. We don't know if they're going to strike it. She said we're going to get to it later. We still don't the mic wasn't really Abby wasn't really talking into the mic. I don't know if Duke is coming tomorrow at the end of court.
No.
So he's not. I don't know if he's coming before November 15th.
Now that's the question.
She told y'all what that 8-page letter said.
Did she was a little shady there? She said a little shade. She said, "I know you saw that 8-page letter."
No, you did, because she said I did, and I know you read it. And she was very clear about her stance, is what she said.
You need to respond.
So therefore, that's kind of open-ended. But I definitely think today was a great day for the defense, a great day for Doug Weinstein. There's a lot of things of what we're going to do now. Even this particular overt act, I don't really understand how we're connecting this to YSL. And maybe, Mel, do you know? Because you've been talking to everybody and all the lawyers. This person ain't he's not here at the table. Chris Eppinger. So that's the act we're on.
So Karma, this is my understanding. Melanie's not a lawyer. Y'all know we just regular people watching trial and putting some pieces together, right? But my understanding of all of this, they are including these things. If you go back to the indictment, I actually have a YouTube where we went through the indictment. So Thug has count 1 and count 56. Ultimately, what they said when they spoke about those, especially count 56, ultimately, everything that's every felony or almost everything these people did within the indictment, they summarize in count 56, saying that Thug is the leader, the organizer, or the manager of the gang. So that is why. So even though Kristen Eppinger did this himself, they still included in count 56.
So then, as a metaphor, bear with me, see if I'm making sense. So you know how we all got regular schmegular jobs out here. Is it if I wear my Wendy shirt and I do something just because I'm wearing the Wendy shirt, I represent the company? Is that how they're tying all of
basically when it
other
comes
people
to
in?
Basically, and when I read count 56, and I was like, count 56 is what count 56 is what did it for me. And I might have to, we might need to pull it up. Count 56, when I read that, it made sense to me, because I said, well, what charges? We went through everyone's charges. When you read that one, they're so every violent crime that's in the indictment, say it's armed robbery, right? When you read count 56, they're going to specifically mention armed robbery in that gang count where that thug has. So everything Kristen Eppinger has done and has been charged with, they go back to this and say it's all, he's the leader, the organizer, he's the reason they're doing these things.
So as long as they can tie it to YSL in general, anybody that's done it, right, is still a part of all of these defendants here under this RICO statute. And this is what the overt acts are. Like, they're all under this 56 of explaining the
Thug
activity.
is the only one. I think Thug is the only one with 56.
Okay.
Let me pull it up on my phone. Yes, there we go. Terica, 56 is exactly that. Thank you, Terica. It is a loophole for one. It's so weird, y'all. And so Brian Steele has said this in court. He had said in court that the gang charge and the RICO charge, they're both so broad and they're so close together. Like, it could almost be one in the same.
Okay. Okay. That was the part I was just trying to understand with the indictment is, are they going to be linking these defendants to every overt act? But they don't have to. They just have to link it to YSL. And because they're part of that organization, it still counts as a representation of furtherance. Is that right?
Yes. And when you look at the indictment, you're going to see a lot of like Instagram pictures, because that's why she keeps mentioning those green hearts, the snakes, because when you, in their mind, everything goes back to increasing the notoriety of something. So the indictment, I mean, it was helpful for us to watch on here. So
okay. Well, thank you, Mel, and make the decision for tomorrow. I'm gonna be in your TikTok comments asking you what you making for breakfast, and you let me know what we doing for the afternoon.
I will. Thank you for joining us, girl. See you later. All right, bye-bye. Okay, guys, do we know the terms used for? Mikey, I don't. I said, why do I keep calling you Mikey? Mickey, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Mickey, I don't, but we can figure that out. Okay, let me add Day to the stage. Hi.
Sit. Turn.
Girl, Mariah got my dog over here doing tricks for fries. Yep, there you go, Star. I just love this chat so much. Hey, Day. Mariah, you didn't order me. You didn't give me a drink.
You can have one. I don't want it.
Y'all have to cut my camera off a little bit because I'm
drinking water.
Getting my food. Day, are you on? What? You didn't get a slush? What was this?
Tea.
Oh, why don't you get a tea?
Because
From Dixie Queen.
Water, and I don't like.
Okay,
sodas.
so I'm gonna take Day down for right now. Hey, Miss Sheila.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Be doing better if you didn't jinx me.
What happened?
I told you I went to Crumpets. I told the woman give me the 5-piece with the wing and a side of okra, and she left my fries off. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that you wanted them both. That's what I said.
Miss Sheila.
So I'm mad, but neither here nor there.
Don't be mad. And I'm sitting here. I finally got my Dixie Queen. You know, they took my order to the wrong house, so I finally got my new food. I do have my new food.
See, y'all really do have to stand outside and be looking for them. When they say they 2 minutes away, stand your butt outside and be flagging them down.
We're gonna have to, Miss Sheila. So y'all don't mind me if this camera off. I'm trying to talk.
Oh, we ain't gonna mind you.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Sheila. I know you got thoughts today.
Okay. First of all, when they stood there and told Paige he is not an expert in no music, he's not an expert on too much of anything. Because I want to know, why is it that
Miss Sheila from Memphis? I'm telling Mariah. I'm
sorry, Mariah. Why is it that they always want to throw Memphis under the bus? Funny did it first with that little letter. Then Dennis come to the stand talking about get it back in blood. Boo, don't go there with Pooh Shiesty. Don't go there with Pooh Shiesty, because we could have did Moneybag Yo.
Wait a minute. Did you hear them talk about the 762s? All I thought about was Pooh Shiesty 762. God, that's all of something because I'm fine. And I said, Lord, not me be. I said, Lord, not me out here furthering the conspiracy singing that Pooh.
But you know what? They really do need to stop.
They
I
have
don't know what they did against with Memphis. Maybe because we got them 23 people indicted on a RICO not too long ago, earlier this year. And she's still working on this for 3 years. But that's neither here nor there. But then it shouldn't have been qualified as nothing because why do y'all have so much gang activity, but it's only him and Gaither coming to the stand? Where are the other gang detectives?
That's what I said. Where's everyone else? Why is it always Dennis and Gaither?
If you call a Memphis gang police officer to the stand, you got 30 to choose from, and they're gonna bring a pamphlet with them. Then he said he taught music. Where's your pamphlets? And how did he remember? I don't mean no harm in our mail, but I can't remember nobody's nickname, let alone their real name from 9 years ago.
Me either, Miss Sheila. I
And
can't.
if they ain't in my family, I don't know their nickname. He knew nicknames, full names. He probably could have gave the date of birth.
He probably could have. You're right.
I'm like, he can't be remembering this because I don't remember.
I think he just brushed up on his notes. I think that's what
That was a lot of brushing up because he didn't have to refresh his memory on nothing.
And then you have to think about this too, y'all. Like him and Gaither really do seem like their life's mission was to get these boys in jail, so they know everything. It seemed like every day they woke up. We gonna get you.
I'm gonna give you a little tad bit of tea real quick. So I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of tea. Miss Sylvia do her live drives going to the courthouse every morning. So this morning she said when she moved to Georgia, her first boyfriend is the great uncle to Huey. And here is one of Huey's uncle's best friends is Big Jeff. These folk literally know each other.
I think everybody does.
And I'm like, no wonder Huey said, I'm gonna sit down with y'all. Because he's a little bit younger, but I think he grew up around Jeff's sister.
That's it.
But my whole thing of it is this whole week they've only been painting a picture to the jury. This is Wood and Shell Kell. And Shell Kell ain't no fighter because, baby, if you come hit me, we fight one-on-one. If you bring multiple people in there, I'm going to pull out the bling-bling and it's going to be some bling-blinging.
Why do you think, Miss Sheila, what do you think the jury is thinking? If you feel that way, how do you think the jury is feeling always hearing Woody and Shell Kell's name?
They feeling the same way we feeling, like why they ain't on this indictment. And then
I think we have to understand that like the jurors are supposed to be reasonable people. So would a reasonable person not wonder that? You know what I'm saying?
Not wonder at all. And everything that I'm so glad that everything they brought in, they can't even use. Because he was gonna be on the stand for 4 days.
Oh, that made my day. Oh, and he can't come back.
They wanted to bring in everything. They can't even bring in Thug's lyrics as an overt act. Because that's a rap song. So that one needs to be scratched out.
It was amazing to me.
I ain't gonna Duke held his own. Duke is on TikTok, y'all. He wants y'all to follow him so he can get his followers up. He's Big Duke.
Let me tell y'all Let me tell you what's funny, Miss Sheila. I keep telling everyone, like, somehow the YSL people, they find me. I said, I be trying not to go look for them because I don't, want people to say like, oh, they talking to Mel, and I don't want any problems, add anything to anyone's life, right? Miss, I was uploading the video today. Why did that pop up on my phone, Big Duke? But I just swiped up off because I'm not thinking it was actually Duke.
Yes, Big Duke has a TikTok page. He don't jumped on Miss Jefferson's live. He don't jumped on Taylor's live.
Go follow Big Duke.
Big Duke wants y'all to go follow him, get his likes up, get his following up.
I gotta go look at his picture because I think Duke is I think I used to follow him on Twitter or Instagram or something. Let me see if that's him.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, Duke,
What
and
that say,
Shelly was
y'all?
pulling.
Wait a minute, y'all. Let me see. What that say? I wasn't crazy.
What it say?
It say follow back. It say follow back. Okay, I wasn't crazy.
Duke did not snitch. Duke said he is a Crip. He said YSL is a music label. He said
Wait a
they
minute.
do have.
Time out, Miss Sheila. Time out again. Say the YSL or what?
It's a record label.
Nah, that ain't what you said at first, Miss Sheila.
What?
Y'all what
Duke didn't snitch. Duke said he a Crip.
Nuh-uh. Did y'all hear what Miss Sheila said?
What?
Miss Sheila switched up on me. She did what Summer did. Y'all remember Summer said she almost said Pacific and she stopped herself. Miss Sheila said YSL is a music label. Did y'all hear that?
Well, you know that's how we talk now. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. But he did.
He has the best lawyer. That's why. That's why Duke has the best plea.
And they ain't gonna give him immunity because they know Ashley gonna be jumping down their throat. Ashley already done told them that immunity don't cover nothing that he's done, and y'all can go find the evidence and bring him back.
Y'all, Duke said, why somebody send him this? That's his lawyer.
Oh, Duke said she is funny. Duke said she is funny.
Yeah, Duke the one, y'all. I used to think he was cute back in the day. Okay, I had to make sure. Let me see if this is the right one.
Duke, Jack, and Shannon had all the women. They had all the women.
Let me tell Duke. Hey, can you come on my live? I'm gonna ask him, can you come on my live, y'all?
Oh, he gonna come, I think.
I'm asking, can he come on the live, guys?
But Moontoon said on one of his lives, he said he ain't never heard no $25 initiation fee. He said that must be them young boys.
He said that on my live.
He said he ain't never heard of it. So they just got YSL on their face and they just claiming stuff. I still want to know, did Thug call these guys? Did they come back and give Thug the items, the money? What was Thug benefiting from it?
Thug didn't need that, y'all. Y'all, if Duke comes on my live now, y'all should know by now. We have to keep going through this. We're not asking him nothing about the trial.
No, I just want to ask him where his music videos at. Because
we're not asking anything about the trial. I don't want to hear anything about the trial. I will ask him how much does he love his lawyer. I'll ask him that. How much does he love his lawyer?
A lot.
I know he loving his lawyer.
A lot.
I know.
And if I ever come to Georgia, she gonna be my attorney.
Listen, Miss Sheila, Ashley is that girl.
And she gonna have to be that girl for me, because I'm gonna go to jail.
She is that girl.
I already know it.
Girl. I love
I
Ashley.
already know it. But I love the way Miss Page told Hilton, sooner than later, y'all better get with her, because it ain't gonna be no later.
That's what she said.
In layman's term, that's how we country folks say it ain't gonna be no later.
Miss Sheila, she told them she has sent them an 8-page paper and they need to get with it.
And a bot need to sit his butt down, because baby, he don't never use a microphone. He feel like he ain't got to. But I'm gonna email that court Miss Percival and say every time he get there, he don't never want to use a mic. We don't know what he's saying.
Miss Sheila, you better not email Miss Percival. Let me add Ariel, Miss Sheila, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Miss Sheila.
You're welcome.
Don't you email Miss Percival. Hey, girl. Ariel, I got you up. I don't know if you can see it, but I got you up.
Oh,
Ariel.
can you hear me? My mic was off. I'm sorry.
Hi. I feel like I haven't heard your voice in a while, friend.
Girl, you haven't been on, and I haven't either.
Yeah. I forgot. My bad. Not me trying to call you out, and I forgot I ain't been on.
Exactly. Listen, we are entering mistrial. Y'all. Paige is laying the foundation. First, she said that on the record about they need to stronghold their case. Woo. Today was her first official sanction. She's never done anything this way. She struck the entire record, and he cannot come back. And this is a key witness. So that means anything that was supposed to come through Detective Gaither cannot come through. So all those things that they said can come in, they're gonna have to go back and say it can't come in because Detective Gaither. So it has complicated the case even more. That's rule number one. Another thing that I'm really confused about is, okay, for instance, with Thug, with the Rico, and with the Count 56, it still has to be like, that's just like me and you. If me and you have never met and I don't talk to people about you, how can they say that whatever you do in furtherance the gang that I'm in? And I don't know you. I haven't given orders to anyone else to give to you. No one has brought anything that you do to my attention. So it's kind of confusing of how, if he's the head of something, he isn't like, okay, for instance, if you own McDonald's, you're the CEO. If someone gets in trouble, you already have like, what are the remedies to this person? It's no remedies. They haven't proved like if you snitch, you get in trouble, because nothing has happened to any snitches in the case. If you do this happened. They haven't showed anything to like, if you do this happened or nothing. Like, it's nothing. They haven't showed nothing. So
And
I'm
that's where the
confused.
jury comes in there, right? The jury has to see, the state has to prove with beyond a reasonable doubt that these things that they allege in the indictment happened. So that's where the jury gonna come in there. And like we talked about this area. Wait, do you think you're a reasonable person?
Of course.
Okay, then if you thinking that, they wondering the same thing. Like, if he's this leader, why isn't stuff happening when people snitch, when people talk to the police? Where's this money? Where's the money for this gang? Like, they have to prove all of this stuff. So I think your questions are so valid, and they're asking the same thing.
And another thing is, as a reasonable person, as a human being, even when we're in school, if our teacher get called out, we be like, what she got to go with? Why she got to go to the office? You don't think the jury is like, why we have to keep going to the back? What happened? Why we coming back? Why we got to strike their testimony? So in the back of their mind, these witnesses that the state are bringing are lying, because the judge keeps telling us to strike this, don't use this against this person. It's so many instructions. It's worse than calculus. I'm in a
What you
mess. I
think,
don't know.
Ariel? What do you think they do when they get home, friend? After they've been pulled away so many times. Let me see if you're thinking what I'm thinking. What do you think they do?
Honestly, Mel, I think the jury mind made up. It's automatic. Me, if I was on the jury, if I don't see, I've been on this jury for way too long, 146 days. We were out 2 weeks because of Woody. He came back and retestified. This has never happened. Think
What
this
do you think
case
they
is
doing? You ain't answer my question, Ariel.
what they doing. Child, they going home talking to their family about it. The
Period.
judge telling them not to talk about. Them people who couldn't
Ariel
talk
in the
about this.
live
Now
right
we
now. They in the live right now. Let's see what man them talking about. Let's see what Miss Sylvia talking about. What Taylor got going on. What Miss Jefferson got going on. What the Law and Crime Chat got going on. They're not crazy.
no, and then they have to
Because we
realize
gonna
it's
stop it.
2024. Right, it's 2024. It's not 1980s where people are following the rules. The new generation, we want to know what's going on. Like, we're not just in a blind and be like, no, I don't care what they saying. I want to go find out.
Yep.
Like, why did this happen? It's not back in the days. That's why it's a big generational gap, because this newer generation asks questions as to why I got to do this, why I got to do that. Like, even with my mama, she had to learn, like, just because I'm asking you why, I'm not questioning your authority. I just want to know why I have to do it, and I'm allowed to ask.
That's my
And
baby
that's
girl.
right, and that's what's happening. Like, it's a mess, Mel, and like you said, who about not to be on social media?
For this
Who ain't finna be
long.
on?
For this long though.
You live in Atlanta, you can't even watch the news because of YSL case on the news.
Let me tell you, you cannot watch the news. First of all, it's in Fulton County, and from what we've seen from the case, everybody know everybody. Everybody knows everybody in this little area. Everybody knows everybody. So somebody, auntie, cousin, somebody is talking. I'm not going to believe it. And I think this case will it will force the system to come up with some different rules when you have long cases like this. Because it's no way. It's no way. It's no way this jury hasn't been tainted. It's no way. I'm going to say that every chance I get.
I think the RICO's, I think they're going to pull it from Georgia. I don't think another RICO case after this, so much money has been wasted. I want to say we've made history in Georgia with 34 to 36 mistrials motions. I think that's in the history in the United States of America. I don't think a case has ever even had the opportunity to call for 34 to 36 mistrials. So I think this will change the judicial system in the state of Georgia. I think they will take the RICO. It'll be gone, and that's what I'm worried about. Okay, if they take the RICO away, even if these boys get a guilty verdict, it has to come back. So I don't understand like what's happening. And then I understand, I had said this on Taylor's Live today. I said Dennis and Hilton would cause a motion for mistrial. She was like, yeah, you think so? I was like, yeah, because they're too comfortable with each other. Like they're talking like me and you sitting down talking and laughing and joking. They're not watching what they're saying because they're so comfortable with each other. So a lot of things are just flying. And then her confidence level is so high. And his is Paige gave him too much of an ego boost when he was like, with he's an expert at this. She gave him too much leeway. So now he's not even up there saying like thinking he has to watch what he says. He thinks he just know it all, and he's already mad with the defense. Yes, and he was mad with the defense.
Did you see how he turned and looked at Paige? Like, let me explain it to you why I'm an expert.
Yes.
I was like, and what?
The defense, you know how the defense gonna always win with them type of them witnesses. They got too much confidence, and when the defense come in questioning like their expertise and why this and why that makes a person mad. And when you bring emotions into stuff, you make mistakes.
And he did it today.
He made a big mistake. And a body, he gonna make a mistake. If he's the person that deals with Duke, he will make a mistake. You know why? Because it's personal. Because he's defending
him or Love
against her. Yes,
him or Miss Love.
Yeah, it's gonna be so personal. And he was like, you need to read that plea agreement. I don't think she's representing it. The plea agreement is the plea agreement, my boy. It ain't no misrepresentation.
What you say? The plea agreement is the plea agreement, my boy.
Yeah, like I don't understand what he was saying. She was missed, and then he was like, he doesn't feel like she needs immunity. Okay, guess what? He still has his Fifth Amendment right. If you do not give him immunity, he can say he pleaded fifth and it's over. You ain't gonna bring nothing in. I don't get
it. She said they took us to the strip club today for no reason.
For nothing. We ain't even get no chicken. We ain't get no hot lemon pepper wings. Extra crispy.
Took us to the strip club for nothing.
Told the jurors don't worry about the stuff that's coming on the street. Y'all ain't got to worry about the whole testimony no more.
Man, y'all, that's hilarious.
But mark my words.
They said kick that boy out like Martin.
I'm gonna give it 2 weeks, man. Okay. 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
This case will be over. Paige showed us today. We always saying what she ain't gonna do. Paige had to make sure that the things that they're doing just get so severe to like nobody ain't questioning why she did it. She gave y'all chance after chance. Oh, it ain't even Miss Love this time, so they can't say she was biased. It's Miss Hilton this time. The whole team is making mistakes. They put a rookie up there. She had to discipline him. So it's not saying it's one person. They can't say she's biased towards Miss Love or it's the entire state. A body next. A body is very, very sassy. You can tell how he's standing at the podium.
He's very sassy.
And baby, I hope they should have brought belts on in there too, because we would have got the mistrial even faster. Y'all just hold on. Them boys coming home, and the greatest thing of it all is yesterday when that guy said his police report made it to the media and it was a misrepresentation of what he said. Shannon was a victim. So with him saying that, you don't think the jury so everything that's happening to them, they trying to put it on YSL.
Oh my God, Ariel, how did you feel about him? He was one of my favorite witnesses so far. Favorite in the sense I love how he spoke. He seems to be one of the first detectives that really was trying to solve a case. And even though Shannon had all this stuff going on, he still saw that man as a victim and treated him as such.
He showed me a real police officer, meaning no matter what a person do or what they have previously done, your job is to serve and protect no matter what. And it seemed as if Dennis them, a lot of these things that happened to these boys, they had already had a picture of them, so they were not serving and protecting them. They were only trying to convict them, no matter if they were the
Come
victims
on, clock
of
it.
that situation. And that's what a lot of people forget. Even with Buddy that got, pew pew that with the big peanut head. My thing about that as
Now,
being a
Ariel,
CEO,
y'all done clowned already all day in this chat. Here you
but
go after hours
he
clown.
looked like the Proud Family little peanut man.
I'm
They had
not
the peanut
I'm
family.
not dealing with you.
Let me tell you, people like that.
Kiara, don't laugh at her. Don't laugh at Ariel. Y'all do not laugh at Ariel because Ariel, y'all done clown so bad in this chat. Y'all clown so bad when that man was on that stand. I couldn't believe
I
look at the chat.
I wanted to feel sorry for him, but I don't feel sorry for him because like his voice and how he came up, you thought he was just like so smooth, like he
Man,
just
I
tried to go
still.
but now that I seen how things went down, first of all, you had already talked to the unit. He told you to gather up as many people as you can to go there. You didn't follow that. You wanted to be a hothead, run up on a boy, not knowing. Y'all say Cleveland Avenue so bad. You know you can't just approach this boy like what's going on? I didn't do that. Then you get in a tussle. You don't know where his mindset was at. You got to realize people have PTSD. All those factors, go in. And then not only that, you had a FBI agent with you and he ain't get out the car.
But not even that. The fact that they went to, he said the man testified he was at the Chevron and 8 to 10 guys circled his car. I was just like, that alone would have made me say, hey, we don't know what we're
He
walking into.
lying. Man, anybody in the hood, them boys ain't walking up on no police. The first thing they gonna say, hey, they go 12. Them boys leaving. They not
That
walking.
Ariel, I definitely do not believe him. However, in the context of his story, why would you do anything by yourself?
Why you ain't put that on the radio? Why you ain't put that on the radio? The guy may be armed and dangerous. I was just surrounded by 12 guys. Man, what a report.
He definitely said like sharks. He did, but I agree. It's a very unfortunate situation. It's very unfortunate.
You can tell Dennis a hater.
And I don't want to see Mr. Eppinger on that ground again saying just do it. Like that's, y'all know I get on a soapbox about that, but that's something else.
Man, you can tell big-headed Peanut. Well, Miss, I don't know his name, so I'm gonna call him Mr. Peanut. You could tell Mr. Peanut, the lingo he taught, he probably was targeting them boys. We don't even know what led up to him feeling like he finna have to get like that with you. You know what I'm saying? We don't know if y'all had.
Well, I think it was his charge. You remember the third one said that they all knew they were looking for him for about 2 to 3 weeks.
No, I'm saying how Buddy was talking. Get down, boy. Like what?
Because look at how I think that goes back to how they saw him. And
but they said, and then not only that, he said he didn't want to pull out his gun, right? I don't know if I can say that. Sorry. He said he didn't want to pull out his G. It's lethal force with lethal force. So whatever they got, you can have. Okay, cool. But you say you got out with your pew pew, and you said he was for robbery. Most of the time, your pew pew is already pulled because this
might be
suspect could be armed and dangerous because he just robbed somebody. So for you to put your pew pew up and thought you were finna just run up on this boy, like I didn't get that. And then why you run? When I seen it, it's like he was running behind him and he turned around and started pew pewing him. So I was confused of the context. They ain't really
me too. I'm with you. That's why I said I love to know what happens on his case. I
And
love that
then
something happened.
I'm
He sure
confused.
did. He sure did say that.
Now listen to this, Mel. Okay, listen. You heard when Adams was like, I heard some shots. Did you fire back? Or did the other person? He was like, I did hear some fire backs, but I don't think that was the police officer that was on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know who I think that was I feel like that was the FBI agent, but he never verified that because who else would be shooting other than the FBI agent? You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
he
Why
said
was
he
that?
emptied his clip. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, he did. He said 17 times. You're an FBI agent. You shoot 17 times. You ain't hit nothing.
He hit nothing.
Get off the force.
17. He did. He said he emptied his clip.
And ain't hit nothing. This boy had enough time to go home. And then he said protocol was to eliminate the target. In no way in fashion, if me and you both out there, right, and somebody is a threat out there, I have to eliminate the threat before I run to you aid because he can hit me at the time. So I ain't understand what he was like. Oh, he dragged him out the way. He's still shooting. You supposed to eliminate the threat, my boy. It was a whole bunch of mess. I'ma go, but y'all, we gonna have a mistrial in 2 to 3 weeks. Mark my words.
I think it's coming at some point. I don't know if we're gonna make it to the guilty verdict because the state just always seems to mess up something. I mean,
with 80 more, with 80 more witnesses, we ain't even did half of 80.
Don't make me sad, because why would you mention 80?
80 more witnesses, and you don't think they're gonna mess up. And you don't think they're
Don't
gonna
make
mess
me
up with
sad. Oh God.
80 more. We just gonna sit back and Mel go ahead and get the YSL party ready.
Get
the party ready. Get the party ready. We all gonna be unindicted co-conspirators.
At Club Crucial. I know that's right. I know that's right.
Get it right, Mel. I'm coming. I'm gonna fly home I'm coming from Cali back to Georgia. I'm coming back home for that one.
Period. We gotta get together.
All right, girl.
Hi, Ariel. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Hi, Day. Day.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, girl. How are you?
I'm a little disappointed in Hilton. For me, because maybe I watched First 48, he always Detective Big Eyes always came off cocky, and he was always personal in the episodes, if you could remember. When he would get in the room with these guys, he was always personal. I would see Thorpe come every now and again, but I more so felt like Booty felt like, oh, he's nobody. He's just somebody they're using as a person, because now it makes sense why they would always bring him in the room. Because he worked at them schools and the people he knew them people and could probably pretty much, pinpoint who they were then, pretty much profile them. So then to watch Hilton to continue to say like everything was about these people past, as though that, like, I just don't understand what she was trying to do when she was trying to compare that, because that made no sense to me. And even still, I get that that's why they had to play it, because this is a part, but where is he in this? That's why I was so shocked that Shark and nobody wanted to cross the gentleman that happened to be a victim in the situation.
Well, probably because he was a victim.
That's what I was thinking, and they didn't want to seem heartless.
And you know what? That plus the fact that Eppinger is going to be tried for that, right?
Yeah.
This isn't his trial. That's probably what it was. I think I get why they did. That's probably what it was. Hey, we'll let him have that when he goes. Yeah, when he goes to his trial.
Okay, so now we move ahead, right? Before this and before the mistrial situation. So I do have a question. What do you think? So if he take out, if they can't utilize one without that 50, whatever that other number is, they will both have to come out. So what would this make this case?
One less overt act.
Just one less, so they're gonna keep number one.
I mean, if it's one or two that come out, y'all put Ariel's TikTok in here too. If it's one or two that come out, it'd be two less. I mean, you have to remember, it is. Oh my God, is it over 200 overt?
Is it over 200?
Because I think it was initially 191, and they added some more. So we just be two less overt acts.
Okay, so it started out This is
Wait
how
a
you
minute,
know.
Miss Sheila. I'm sorry, Dave. Let me ask Miss Sheila this. Miss Sheila, are you saying Eppinger's already been
He's been
sentenced?
severed.
I mean, he's been severed, but has he? She's saying he got life for that. Are you saying he got life for the cop thing? Is that what you're saying, Miss Sheila? Yeah, they're like almost 200 overt acts, so we'll just be two less. I mean, the state should be happy. They could stand to lose some.
Yeah,
Honestly.
because I mean, especially if you can get rid of, something. But
Yeah.
then just, watching and watching and watching for these past couple of weeks, and I'm always listening to Smack Live when he go live, right? And this guy that get on there that his name is Coop. And Coop predicted a certain amount of days before this would happen. And
I'm about to say it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see.
feel. I mean, because let's go back. Okay, it started with Love when she first got Love together. When she did that, when Love job, like, let me say this, played in her face, right? It started with that, right? And then Brown, you come yesterday with your shenanigans, and she done already told y'all that the Clueless, she's trying to get this thing rolling. So if y'all ain't gotten that picture yet, every day she's asking, which is not normal in a trial, how many witnesses will we be seeing tomorrow? Who do we plan to see? Normally, they let you tell your story. Remember, they're supposed to be telling the story, right? So if you are a juror and you are a normal person and you guys are supposed to be telling me a story, Mel, I'm being perfectly honest with you, not even trying to be biased. I don't know what story you're telling me. All I know is it was a group of guys that I don't consider every group of guys to be a G, because again, I got a little bit more of the street side of it, and I can look at it different. Yeah. But I just see it at all these guys, they did this stuff, and some of them even became victims in some of the situations that they created for themselves. And if Thug don't know this guy that they're charging with this case, like, it's just, to me, it's just not adding up. And if you're supposed to be telling me a story as a juror, which I'm surprised, like you just said, when they was asking them, what do they think about it? And nobody spoke up. I think somebody's in some of their ears like, listen, you need to see this through, my boy. You're going to get paid at the end. You're going to get paid. Sit it through.
I always wonder, do they really understand what she's asking of them,
Yeah, because even when she got to give all these instructions.
And
you know what I'm saying? How do you?
Oh my, it's so many.
That's what I'm saying. And it's not everything about this. It's like Ariel said, this is truly going to be a movie. This is going to be all in law school. This is going to be so this is going to be used for so much more learning materials than anything. But it's sad to watch that people's lives are affected. I'm not saying that these guys are innocent and they did not commit crimes. What I'm saying is, if I was a victim to this situation, like with Nuts' family and the other guy's family that they've been talking about recently, y'all are just smacking me in the face, showing me that y'all know who did this. And y'all care less to convict them. Y'all was more worried about getting this RICO conviction than you was giving my family the justice for somebody who you knew, because you used the cell phone tablet to tell me he was like, everything about that to me, Mel, is such a smack in the face. But honestly, I think the jurors are lost. I'm telling you. I do not think they're following, because like, let's be real, an average person, me even coming from where I come from, an average person, I've heard of RICO. I ain't really heard too much about RICO's conspiracy. Yeah, like, okay, yeah, such and such. But RICO, let's be real. Do we really think these? And then you're asking them not to have no investigations, no nothing, and you're going to give them all these instructions on what not to do. And it's just like Ariel just said, you got all these people coming, they're star witnesses, and then they're star witnesses, but they're contradicting what you're telling me. And then I got to go sit in the back and time out for 2 hours and come back and act like, oh, well, listen, we're going to act like none of this never happened. We're going to strike all of that. How do you strike Woody from the first 2 weeks, which was the most comical, to you striking this guy who is an expert, which came back to bite them so fast, it made it. I knew it was going to spin like that. I knew God was like, you know what, he's an expert to y'all. I'm going to show y'all who he really is. Mel, look at his composure all day. He was giggling. He was cocky. Again, just like when you watch him on the show, he's a big goofy. Just a big goofy. This case is so personal to him. Like, even I was shocked that, I'm mad that they didn't get the Cross, because I think Cross was going to get hot. I think that's when he was going to really come out and say something he really wasn't supposed to say in Cross. When the seat would get hot for him, because I thought Sharp was going to come hot.
Sharp didn't even need to come up.
But this is a circus, just like the lady said. This is a circus, because how in the world do y'all expect these people to follow a story that y'all can't even follow? They don't even know what story they telling. They just telling 20,000 stories and bits and pieces to get to, I guess, these over 200 acts to say that all of this was in furtherance of. And it's like Ariel said, have we proven anybody got paid? Or have we proven that thug again, was a friend of some people that committed some crimes and tried to show them a better life, but instill some people couldn't get their feet out the door. So they chose that life. And I made it, but I'm not gonna forget where I came from. And then for he insulted us. I'm gonna be finished. Dennis insulted us today, getting up there acting like he knew it all. And baby, let's be for real. You don't know it. Just because you listen to rap music, don't make you.
He's a fan of rap music, so therefore he's an expert.
Baby, I done watched Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society 1,000 times and cried every time they killed Rick.
I don't know how you made it through 1,000 times, Day. Jesus.
I mean, because it come on BET so much in my area. They play it. Of course, they don't really play like the cursing and the stuff like that. But even with him today, and then with Hilton rubbing that in at the end, and then with Paige, I don't even know. Again, now today for me, I think it really stamped it for me. You are so unpredictable and wish-washy. I think maybe what Ariel said, that's the only thing. Because I watched Attorney Arian's video. That's maybe be the only thing because they had already brought this in. If they would have been able to keep out that they were felons, whatever that word is that she used, maybe we would have had a better chance, but I still take her as a joke because they are still playing in your face every day. Even when she just ended court. Did you hear what she said? Well, we should be done with this. Hopefully you guys should be wrapping it up about the holidays.
She said about holidays.
It was crickets, Mel. They didn't even look down, up, or around. Nobody said a word.
They didn't say a word. And when that was very telling. Also saying we would probably get to Duke around Thanksgiving. Very telling. Very, very telling. Very telling. Thank you. I see some more people.
I'm so happy that you came up today. Please let us know if you come back up tomorrow.
I will. I'm not going to do this again. I'll make sure I put a video on TikTok if I do.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Day.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, William.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. I'm good. So,
what is going on, William?
It's nothing. So I actually wanted to get up on here because I have been watching this trial since the summer of this year, I think. So I'm doing a lot of catching up. But based on what I saw today, I honestly don't think a lot of people see what I see because I think the defense is playing the long game.
You said the defense?
Is playing the long game.
Okay.
I think they're going to try to take this up on appeal, and it's going to go all the way up to the Georgia Supreme Court, and it's going to get reversed.
Well, here's the thing. I don't want them to have to do appeal. I feel like that's a game they really don't want because, think about it. The appeal process could take years.
That is true, but I'm wondering.
I think if they have to do appeal, let's do appeal. But I think they've even said this before, especially Doug Weinstein. I know I've heard him say it that if he can help it, that could take years. He doesn't want appeal. That would be a lot.
It would.
But I can get the long game. I do think it's a long game that we're not seeing. I agree with that too.
Because here's the thing, and the way I look at it. When we first saw Bonnie Love come onto the scene, it was for the prosecution of Donald Trump, right? Mm-hmm. That ignorant buffoon, but we're not gonna go there.
Yeah, don't go there, Will. Don't go there, Fred. Don't go there.
So I think the other reason why Paige does not want to retry. Doesn't want to do the mistrial is because I think on some level she knows that the state can't retry this case.
Yep, and she mentioned it in court. The only two are Shannon and Thug. Yes, Shannon and Thug both have speedy trial.
Yeah, so if they can't get, and I think Miss Merchant, who is a beast, has also said the same thing in another interview, where they have two speedy trials. So she doesn't want to have to grant the mistrial because she knows that the state can't retry them after she granted mistrial. So for me, it's like, okay, so what are we doing here? If you have the authority to grant the mistrial, why not grant the mistrial? this kind of goes back to, I have a couple of friends of mine that say judges don't like rulings like that because it may not benefit them politically.
I could see that too. I could see that.
And I'm like, that's such a good case. That's such a good point, because even for me, I'm not a lawyer, but I follow stuff.
I'm a researcher too.
I think Paige is trying out for the Supreme Court.
Hold on, William. I didn't hear that. Did you say? I'm sorry. What was that?
I said I think Paige is trying out for the Georgia Supreme Court.
I've heard that, William. You're not the first person I've heard say that. I've heard that before. Well, here's the thing. This is the time for her to go ahead and prove you're supposed to be there.
Oh, really? So you think that because here's how I see it. I see it in two ways. I think she's trying not to go to mistrial because that's gonna put a damp on her reputation.
Okay.
I also think that if she's trying to go get to the Supreme Court, I think that she is. I don't think she's doing herself any favors by taking up this trial, though.
So she seemed to want it so bad, William. You remember when they were trying to kick her off? She like, that's not enough to kick me off. You remember that? She wanted in on this case.
Yeah. So then the question I would probably have for the Doug Weinstein, Divine Fields of the world, if the jury comes back with a hung jury, and I'm praying that the jury does come back with a hung jury, or with a not guilty for all of the counts that are involved. In this case, if they come back with a hung jury or we find the defendant not guilty on all counts.
Come on now, I like that, William.
Because I'm confused. If you're confused, I know the jury is confused.
William, I don't think they're going to be able to sort through all of these instructions and all of these, who gets charged with this, I just don't think they're going to be able to do it. It's too confusing. Like Brian Steele said, this gymnastics of a trial.
It is definitely a gymnastic. I'm trying to figure out, because even with the officer, I think it's Officer Rogers, when he was up there talking about how he got shot in the back of the head and he was still talking, I questioned then. I'm like, okay, wait a minute.
It's a lot. William, it's a lot going on in this trial. Like, wait, I'm like you. If we're confused, we know the jury's confused as well. You gotta know they are.
Who is this retired detective? I agree. I do think Paige seems like a fair judge, but I do think there is something that's holding her back. Now, if she's trying to give off the appearance of somebody that's fair, you shouldn't help the state so much.
Because she's holding their hand. And did you see Miss Hilton today kind of wanting, it's like she was waiting on Paige to finish her sentence today.
Yeah, Love does that too, don't they? Miss Love does that too a lot when she don't have to say.
William, does she know how to do anything else except wait on Paige?
Yeah. I will say this. I think because I'm so confused, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Say, y'all had how many years to prepare for this trial? Y'all had how many years to prepare for this trial? And
it seemed like none, William. And I think they drug when I heard that the jury selection took 10 months, I feel like they drug that out so it could buy them time. Because Brian Steele said the people that are on the jury came from like the first batch. They drug it out.
Okay, with that being the case, then if you're gonna drag this out, then my question is Okay, so you're not prepared, you're unorganized, you don't have your case together, you don't have your facts straight, and your story, now you took Detective Dennis out of the case, so now you can, girl, when I saw that, I said, please, I want today. I said, girl,
William, I was on live and baby screaming. Just what?
When I tell you, Brian said, and by the way, Your Honor, let's bring back the exhibit and strike all of his testimony from the record.
William, I was done, baby. I was done.
I was clutching my ever invisible court. I was like, I said, oh. And then when Hilton tried to explain, they said, no.
We should tell her. My ruling still stands. My ruling still stands.
Well, see, and that's what I want Paige to be like from the very beginning.
She might stay. You never know, William. She might be on a roll, baby. She might be on a roll, okay? I'm gonna let Nay up. But William, she might be on a roll, okay? She might make your day tomorrow too.
I hope so, because she got to come on with the come on. Because today, at first I'm like, oh hell, Paige, don't start this today. But then
she came on through though, William. She came on through in the clutch, though, did she?
She came on through. So let me ask you this.
Okay, I'm gonna answer this, then I'm gonna let Nay up. Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you think the jury is going to rule in favor of the state, or do you think the jury is going to be a hung jury?
Oh, I don't know yet, but I mean, just for me, I always pose this question to the people in my chats and lives all the time. I say, hey, are you guys reasonable people? I feel I'm a very reasonable person, and just from what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing the count one, count two, count 56, the gang charge. I'm not even seeing that one, and that's the one I feel like they really want us to see. Other than, and I say count 56 because Thug has that. It doesn't seem like he's their leader. So at least for him, I'm still not guilty for him.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just for me. But they're supposed to be going in order. Even this one, Mr. Eppinger, not guilty. This does not in any way look like it's about a gang. It looked like it was about him. So that's where I am with it right now.
Okay. All right. Well,
thank you. Thank you for coming up with me. This your first time coming up, right?
Yes, I actually found your YouTube channel through just searching for other YouTubers.
Wow. Well, welcome, and we hope to see you again here. I hope you enjoyed it over here today because we have a good time.
Yes, I did.
Period. I love it, William. You over here, you're like excited like me. I love it. But thank you for coming over, and we hope to have you back.
Thank you.
All right, bye, William.
Bye.
Y'all, Nay, is your name the same on Twitter? I mean, TikTok.
Yeah.
I want to make sure. I want to make sure this is my name.
That's why I changed it. When I first came in, it had my other YouTube name, so I changed it.
Okay. Y'all name was in court. Y'all name went to court, y'all. She told me she's gonna go to court last month, y'all. And
I went yesterday. It was so nice. I love it. I gotta make a TikTok video about it. I've been so busy.
Please do, Nay.
I have to.
Y'all name went to court yesterday.
I want to go back
Wait a minute.
tomorrow.
Hold on, Nay. I do have to look. Somebody said people finding you through YouTube. Y'all, I told y'all, Black Oprah. Okay, she's coming. She coming, y'all. In a minute, I ain't gonna be at my mama's house filming in the living room. We gonna have us a whole set. Okay,
You gonna have your whole studio now.
Yes, let's say it. Okay,
Don't forget about me.
About that. Yes, ma'am. So you said court was good.
It was a good experience. I enjoyed it. I'm planning on going back tomorrow for Mootung. I probably won't be there the whole day, but I'll probably come back around 3:30.
Y'all, Nate, Key said what court? Nate, she went to Fulton County, girl.
I did. I was in a Young Thug trial sitting right there. I seen Thug, I seen Yak, I seen Shannon, I seen all of them.
What was the damn, I wish you would have went today, baby, because I know it was some
I
tension in there today,
know.
girl.
I'm
What was
laying in the
so
bed. I'm like, dang, should I get up or should I go?
what was the environment like?
Well, I got there right before, like maybe like a few minutes before she said she wanted to work with an attorney who knows how to try a case.
Oh,
Me and Miss Sylvia
oh,
looked
that
at each
did
other
happen
and we said,
yesterday. So you saw something.
I did. I was there for just about the whole day yesterday. Um, so yeah, the environment, so it was actually a more pleasant environment than what I imagined it to be.
Okay.
Um, the attorneys, the prosecutors, and the defense, they actually get along a lot better than what I expected. I guess
Well,
one,
Miss Love hasn't been there, so it
yeah,
we have from us watching on TV, it has appeared to move. It just seemed like it's just going so much better.
right. It is. It's so much better. I didn't see them interact with Love too much while she was there,
They never
but
do. Oh, they wanted.
mhm.
He wants to know: were you able to see the jury or no?
So somewhat the jury is like it's like a semi wall
Okay,
where
that's
the
what I
jury is
thought.
sitting, but there's about somewhere between 6 to 12 tinted glass windows,
Okay.
so I can partially see them.
Okay, we got you.
Yeah, so like to the point where I went to the bathroom, one of the jurors was in there, and I wasn't sure if she was one of the jurors for the case, but when I sat down, she came back into the jury box. I said, "Oh yeah, that was her."
Oh wow. Okay.
So yeah, so
How
I
did
can
you
see.
how
Uh-huh.
were you able to see like facial expressions when certain things were said in court
Not really
specifically?
facial expressions.
Okay.
Mostly, I was only really able to see them when they was walking in and out. So I seen when they came in with their blankets, their Starbucks cups, and their
Blanket.
water, things like they. Because it's normally cold in there.
So I was gonna ask you that too. Is it cold in the courtroom?
It wasn't cold yesterday, and a lot of people were saying surprisingly it's not cold today. I guess because the weather change in Atlanta is cold now. I know you haven't been out here.
Girl, I'm gonna have to look at the stream because I could have sworn I saw D Williams in that big coat again yesterday.
I think she was in that big coat, if I'm not mistaken. I
I
can't
think she had a
remember.
coat on yesterday.
She did. I
And y'all,
remember
wait a
she
minute.
had the coat on, and I seen her in the cafeteria during lunch, and she didn't have the coat on that time.
Y'all, there's a clip going around on Twitter where she said, "This is not a trial. This is a circus." And I said,
Yes,
"I
that
know
was her
that's
opening
right."
statement.
Yeah,
Yes. And did she lie?
she did not lie. They said D Williams been told us.
Yeah, she did. She knew ahead of time. She
They said she
knew.
been told us this. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't want to bring that up because I know you went to court.
No,
So I
no
did want to ask you
problem.
about your experience at court and how was going.
No, when
Now
you
I
come
did
back
talk to
out
Duke
here,
too.
we have to go.
When I come back home, if it's still going on, we'll have to
Yes.
go.
Yes, if it's still going on, right? Because you just
If
never
it's
know
still going on.
the way things been going. But yes, that's another thing I was going to say. When I first got there, I was the first one as a public spectator that was there. So I'm kind of like, I felt a little awkward at first because I can feel when everyone looked at me because the doors kind of.
They like, see y'all, this why I won't go. They're gonna say, oh, they go that dark skin blonde hair girl right there.
And I kind of felt like that. But as the day went on, more and more people came. I sat next to Doug, his mom, and his sister. I think that was his niece. And Little Rod mom was there. Shannon's wife was there. And they all were friendly. I had a conversation with each and every one of them.
Oh wow.
His girlfriend was there.
Doug's girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I had a conversation with her too. So everyone was more than pleasant. There was other spectators there, public spectators. There was reporters there. It was really nice.
She said, "Love gonna steer
Oh
you
yeah,
down, baby." That's
Love
what
definitely gonna steer you down because she know who you are.
I'm not. We want to go because just like Nate said, just to experience it and kind of see this in person. But when I tell y'all I'm so paranoid that Miss Sylvia said she walked out and they arrested her. I don't remember what it was for.
Well,
But
I think that was different. I think
she had some other stuff going
yeah,
on. I know
yeah.
that, but I'm saying that it's just the point. I
Listen,
would get out there courtroom and they'd be saying, Miss Gilbert, can you stand to the side?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of was feeling that, even though I've never been in trouble a day in my life, besides like some speeding tickets or whatever. But as I was driving there, I'm like, oh my gosh, what if I have a warrant? What if they take me in? What if I gotta go to Wright Street?
See, that's what I'm saying. It's too much anxiety. I'm like, ugh, I just watch from home. It's fun to watch from home, girl. It's okay.
It is. But it's a different experience. I'm telling you, I think you
I
should
like
do it.
that.
Even if it's not a whole day, just a half day, like morning or after lunch, I definitely think you should do it.
I get that. I'm happy you had a pleasant experience. I am. I'm happy you had a pleasant experience and you got to go and see what we're seeing up close and personal.
Yeah. It was kind of one more thing. So thinking about the jury. So I wanted to
Read
like
this
see,
comment too when you get done.
huh?
There's can you see the comment
Oh
on the
yeah, what
screen?
she
Okay.
said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, one second. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was nervous because I wanted to like see the jury as much as I can see them, like the age range, the culture, things like that. So, but I was scared to look at them. I don't know. Paige be on one sometimes. Like I
Listen.
don't want to be like, hey, what you looking at them for? So,
Come to the front. Nay, please don't let me watch this trial and then I see you take that stand and Paige trying to ask you quit. Please don't let
So
that
I will only look at them if I know she was not looking at me. Or if we had to stand for when the jury come in and out, I know other people were standing so she couldn't see me. I said, okay, I can look.
But no, for real, I get it though.
Yeah, I'm scared of Paige.
Oh.
But actually one of the reasons why I had came up here, because I was looking at some of the comments earlier and some people were saying that they surprised the jurors didn't say, I can't look past this testimony.
Yeah.
I don't blame them. If I was one of the jurors, I would say the same thing. I know it's a long, tiring case, but if you think about this payout that's going to come at the end of this trial.
What payout?
I'm just saying, I believe there's going to be a lot of people going to want to pay these jurors some money for an interview, a book deal, something.
Oh, I never thought about it that way.
I think people are definitely going to want to speak to some of these jurors to ask them about their experience. Yeah.
Well, I guess y'all can hang it up. Ain't none gonna be on this page. We ain't got no money to pay him. So
oh yeah, you don't need the big
y'all
bucks.
can hang it up, y'all. Maya, I haven't even eaten Maya. I just had Mariah warm my food up. But now you might be Maya, she ain't even warm my food up. What kind of kid do I have?
But didn't you get some chicken wings?
I did, Nay, and then I was on live. I didn't eat them yet. I'm about to get off in a second.
Oh, because sometimes chicken wings don't taste good after you heat them up. Put them in the air fryer.
That's where I got to put them in the air fryer, Nay.
Okay. Don't put it in the microwave.
I didn't even look at it that way. So that's a very interesting perspective that they're playing now if William is still on here, that's who's playing the long game, the jury. The jury's playing the long game. The jury is playing the long game, y'all.
Absolutely. I'm in for it. For all these months, almost a year now. Next month be a whole year since opening statement. I'm getting paid for my time and suffering.
You're right. Yes. I didn't think about that, Nay. They probably can't wait to pull out a TikTok, YouTube, Twitter. Oh, I know it.
Yes, absolutely. Like I'm running my mouth. I'm making all types of dollars. Any dollar.
Hey, this is a good question. I don't remember them saying anything about Lil Rod's mom either. So what was her demeanor like?
No. I'm sorry, baby talking.
No, you're fine.
Honestly, it's kind of sad. And it makes sense to, I guess, what we suspected his upbringing to be.
Oh, read between the lines, people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like she was asking me questions about the trial that the public knew, and I think she should have known already. So yeah, read between the lines. Read between the
You
lines.
need to call that daddy. I see he be doing
The
interviews. He
daddy
gotta
knows a
know.
lot. Yeah, the daddy seems to know a lot. But when I was observing different things about her, I just started feeling bad for him. And if it's true of what they said he
I feel
did,
bad for him. I feel bad for all of the
absolutely,
boys, honestly. It just seems
absolutely,
like they just didn't have a chance. Like
yeah,
I'm by no means some rich person, right? But I feel
right.
like my son has a chance at life.
Hmm.
I feel like I have put him in a position. I've done the best I can, even my daughter, to make sure they have a life.
Yeah,
I really do. And when I'm listening to them, it doesn't seem like a lot of them,
they
they're
didn't have that
products of their
opportunity.
environment, like, man, they were born. Oh, it's sad. It's sad.
It's
It's so
kind of like
ugly.
they was in a position where they didn't even have that opportunity. They didn't have that chance.
Yeah, man, it's sad.
Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, you can read in between those lines. I think it's
Man,
probably a little bit more I can say, but I'm gonna leave it at
I
that.
like. Thank you for being respectful. I like that.
Yeah,
Thank you, Nay.
yeah.
Thank you for that.
But yeah, everyone else was nice. Oh yeah, your silver fox, he spoke to me.
Girl, I was finna say something, but forgot he married. Let me respect his
Oh,
wife.
and his husband, not
I
his
was finna
husband.
tell
His
him
son
something, but I
wasn't.
forgot.
His
Let me
son
not
was
do
not
that.
there yesterday, but Mr. Matthews was so nice because I was
He's
nervous
fine.
to
He
see
like he
who.
smell good. Did he smell good?
You know who smells good?
Oh.
Mr. Kokomo. He smells
First
really
of
good.
all, let me tell you something. Mr. Kokomo, I see Mr. Kokomo on Twitter, and I be seeing you, Mr. Kokomo, posting them Amazon wish lists on there. The other day he
No, he's
posted some.
not.
Mr. Kokomo,
No, he
no,
didn't.
let me tell you, Mr. Kokomo ain't no different from the men on Cleveland. He know these girls looking at him.
Oh no, he
And,
knows. He
baby,
knows.
he's on his Twitter. Baby, Mr. Kokomo be on his Twitter like he is he be on there thirst trapping for them girls, and he don't even post pictures. It be the little tweets that he make. I said, oh, I know what you're doing.
You know, I was following Mr. Kokomo when I first found him. I don't know, about a month or so ago. And I just unfollowed him because I was like, look, I think he's too full of himself and I ain't got time for it.
Oh, Mr. Kokomo definitely is giving he's definitely giving, he knows that the girlies, not Melanie, but you young girls are looking at him, and he's definitely utilizing it to his advantage. Okay.
Yeah, he is. And he knows he
Let me
look
tell you
good.
his ex name, Miss. I'll find him, Miss Sheila. I'll put it in, but he let me see what he done posted today, y'all. Y'all, he be posting stuff that at 37, I be looking. I said, look, I be saying, look at this little boy.
He's a good looking boy and he knows it. He definitely knows it.
His name is, let me put it in the chat because I'm gonna spell his whole name for y'all. SHAQUIL. But Nay, how old are you, Nay?
35.
Okay, you clocked that T too.
Right.
We were too old. We clocked.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What was I gonna say?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's his Twitter. That's his Twitter right there, y'all.
I think that's his TikTok name as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah, let me see what he done posted today, y'all.
But
Y'all, they be really just, look, you need something to smile about. This
no,
the
he
type of stuff
didn't.
he be posted on there. It's I'm trying to see.
But you know he's in Atlanta, Mel. You know how
He's
to.
young, and he's young.
Yeah.
He's
And you know the
young,
image
but
of these Atlanta
he
boys.
definitely, and he's African too. I think he's Nigerian.
Yeah, I
And
believe so.
let me tell y'all something. He gives very much not African Nigerian. I mean, not African Nigerian, Atlanta Nigerian. He gives very
He
much.
fits right into that category perfectly.
Yes, he does. He
In my
fits right
eyes.
into it.
Yes, he does. Let me tell you how good he smells though. So I was sitting down. So the spectators, they sit on the left side, all the way in the back, the last row. So I'm sitting back there. He goes through the door. What happened? What they say?
Oh, Key said I missed
gosh.
the comment. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So he goes through the door and immediately walks over to the right to his side, to the defendant's side. And as he just walking past, I can smell him. That's
He
how
looks like he smelled good though.
he does. I was so
Mr.
nervous.
Matthews looks like he smelled good. Keith Adams does. I don't know about Brian. I'm sure he does, but he don't make me feel it, you know. But
Say it again. I'm
the
sorry,
other
Mel.
man
Somebody
in
was
the back,
calling me.
The other man in the back, he looked like he smelled good too.
What man in the back? The one that sit next to Nichols?
Yes, he looks like he smells
Oh,
good too.
he yeah.
And Key, I'm sorry. Let me address Key, because y'all know Key is 20. Okay, so us older women in this chat, y'all know we're the
Who's she
elders.
trying to flip her number
We're
to?
the elders, guys, and we have to make sure that we look after the youngins in the group. And Key is the youngin in the group, okay? Key is talking about Mr. Huey. We're gonna leave him and his 19 charges right where he is.
Please leave this. But didn't Sylvia say he got 2 girls that be coming in?
Child, hey Tui. He got the BBL girls. That's what Miss Sylvia said.
He ain't the only one, girl.
Oh, Faith talking about nipples her tight. It's that lip. Nichols being there biting on that bottom lip. That's what that is, Faith. That's what that is, Faith.
Did you see the video when they arrested Nichols and Shannon? The helicopter.
Yes.
It's posted on TikTok somewhere.
I saw it.
Okay, so in that video, and you look at him that video, look at him now. I mean, just like all the other boys, he looks so much better after being
Shannon, or you talking about Shannon?
Nichols.
I'm
At the end of the video.
I'll look at his face again. I don't remember it that
Well,
clear.
even in his mugshot, at the end of the video, you can see like his face, and even the mugshot, he looks so much better. Oh, you know another thing I like that they do.
What?
I was thinking that maybe during lunch, they probably gonna put the cuffs on them, and they go back. They don't put cuffs on them, and I appreciate that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
Well,
I thought that maybe
they have
yelling at them, "Hey, Herman, get back there!" No, they very nice and pleasant to them.
No, they have something on their legs. They said,
like shackles.
Like, no, not shackles. Whatever it is, it makes their legs too heavy to run or something like that. They told me. I asked about that because I kept looking under the table. It didn't look like they were shackled. So it's that, and sometimes I think they have on like these vests or something on their waist that may tase them or something like that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. Yep, they said it's something on their legs. But yeah. But I'm happy you had a good experience and you can share it. You know, one day, guys, I'll muster up the courage. You know, maybe I will just put on a little wig or something.
You should.
You know,
put some black hair on. They won't even know it's you.
Yeah,
Let me know when you go so we can go together.
Okay, Nate, that's what we'll do. When I get back home, we'll work out a day. So it'll be next month sometime, and we'll work out.
Sounds good to me.
We will.
All right, Mel. I'll talk
Thank
to you later.
Nate. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I can't even connect the next person. It's not connected, so I'm gonna go ahead. I need to end this chat because I need to eat, y'all. I need to eat some food. We've been on this chat for 6 hours, and I'm hungry. So I'm about to go eat. Thank you guys for joining me today. Hop stand on the live. I don't know why y'all be on here all day with me, but I appreciate it. We got through 6 hours today. 6 hours today. That is crazy. But it's always fun. It is always fun with y'all. But you and Miss Jefferson and Mel should all go. I'm Mel. You said you and Miss Jefferson and Mel should all go. I'm Mel. Did you mean someone else? Oh my gosh. Yes, Mel. I would be. Yes, Maya. I'm hungry, Maya. I'm hungry. My baby's here. So I gotta that Mel. Thank you, Key. I'm Mel. Hold up. Y'all, if I meet her, I'm a fan now for real. I love her. Love her brother-in-law's work. I love everything that he's doing as well. So I'm a fan out. Now I'm gonna tell y'all who I'm really gonna fan out about. If God ever sees fit for me to meet Tabitha Brown, I'm not gonna know what to do with myself. I'm gonna tell y'all that now. I'm gonna try to hide. I love everything about that woman. I see so much of myself in her. It's like, I love her. Oh my God. I'm a fan now for real. But yeah. But y'all. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all, Miss Sheila. I do. I love y'all so much. So thank y'all again for rocking out with me. But I'm gonna hop off this stream. If I do something later on, I'll start on my TikTok, then come here because I really do want to read Ashley Merchant's letter, but I need a break. Plus, I need to see what Mariah has going on because my baby's here. Spend some time with my baby, talk to her. So, King, I said he looking for a sugar mama. I said, Kokomo, you are not fooling me. I'm telling y'all, when I looked at his Twitter, it was certain things he put. I said, oh, I peep game. And clearly my mama raised me too well because I need to get out here and do some foolishness like them. I'm playing. Y'all know what? I hate that my mama did because when stuff like this happen, I be wanting to call her and say, girl, why you ain't put me up on game like that? Y'all, Duke did message me back, y'all. I don't really have nothing specific to ask Duke. I was finna show y'all. Kokomo on there, got some paper. I don't have anything specific to ask Duke, so I just told him if he see me live, hop on my live, and then we'll just chit chat. But I am finna I'm finna get off this live. Bye, y'all. Thank y'all so much.